Good morning, guys. I'm here for Rev. You missed the boat. SRH, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord if you need me to get you added later. Ding ding. You got some Jada on that? What the fuck? Well, GB is going up. I don't know why there's no data on WeBull. Yeah, Munger was pretty awesome. Okay, there it goes. Ooh. Oh shit. Yeah, Discord. Give me a second. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Let's see if ES can push up. Ooh, big fall short. Let's see if ES can push up to 4,600. Jesus Christ.
Order filled.
All right, I'm okay. Thanks, Trash. Thanks, guys. Let's fucking go. No, depending on what happens, is it still the same hat from last year, or do you have a spare? I have a bunch of hats. I have like 7 or 8 of them. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Close. 30. No. 28. 29. So we almost tapped Gamma Max there. Let's close. Eight of those. Yes, looks like it can keep going here. Yeah. Yes, still looks good. Jay, tomorrow's good. Do you think that liquidity would come in for a higher move above 4,600? Problem is, there's not a lot of sold calls up here, right? So they get a little gas off of the good data. That helps them drive it up, and they can sell puts, but remember they're selling the long puts, right? So the more puts they sell here to try to derive liquidity, the further and further they're going to push the short the index, right? So we'll see how much ground they can get. Even this morning, like call interest at 4,600 doesn't look very strong. But I think a test of 4,600 at least is possible. Gamma Max on the weekly is at like 46.24, so really not a ton of range between 4,600 and Gamma Max. Sorry, I'm dying this morning. Looks like they're burning through their short liquidity pretty quickly on GME. Not as fast on Upstart. So let's hope that by the time they burn through all the short liquidity on GME, that it holds 15. It needs to hold 15. Squeezing out the sold calls at 15 is pretty important. All right, bot puts. I've learned nothing. God damn it, Carl. The real question is, how will RC absolutely boof the positive price movement this time? Tune in next week to find out. It's about time to grab another $1 billion from the shareholders, right? No, I'm kidding. He totally would never do that. Just a heads up, I'm going to be out from around. Oh, okay. Thanks, Dork. Oh, look at me. All right. Yes, still looks pretty good. So yes, broke the bull confirm at 45.90. Next two resistance levels are 4,600, 4,610. If it fails 45.90, we'd be looking for a retest at either 83 or 75 again. So keep an eye on that. 15-minute. The retest of the trend is at $14.99. And yeah, liquidity is getting burned up pretty quick. A lot faster than yesterday. Ideally, indexes keep pressuring. I will say IV's not being priced down a ton, so that might be a good sign. A lot of that range between 15 and 20 on GME needs to fill in. 15 is one of the reasons our Gamma Max is like right here. I say someone was headed for the carry trade door last night. Yeah, FXY was up a bunch today. This morning. Yen's down, or well, USD JPY is down. It's kind of recovering a little bit here. Starting to stagnate. VIX futures surprisingly didn't drop that much. Like that. Capitulation. Let's see. We've had 15. Big short on GME. It's not really shorting. It's just like in the money calls capitulating. But we'll see. They might roll back out of the money, right? So I missed the upside entry on Upstart. Worth looking to play a rejection if it gets one. Maybe. It may not. Underlying moves to that strike as people pile into the highest OI vol strike. Yep. Wall Street Bets holding my bags. Yeah, the degens are going to be coming in hot this morning. I shaved a bunch of contracts already too. But today's only the second day. Oh, of covering. Robin your hood. Little tippies haven't even crossed yet, man. Tip check. Not crossed. Not even crossed on the 5-minute. ES is still fighting for 45.90. So the 15-minute doesn't look like it's ready to fail. Yeah, 5-minute caught a bid at 90. Yeah, it still looks okay. No stock punishes paper hands like quite like GME. Do you have a primer somewhere on how to read the charts with the tips? No? Made a fatal flaw in my $20 CC for 12.8 analysis. That's possible. Is it that they've gotten too expensive to buy back? We're gonna have a T+2 off yesterday, right? And today? Possibly. Let's see what happens today. But if we blow through Gamma Max today, then yeah, that's a possibility that we get more action on the T+2 side. Or the T5 settlement. Still see any bearishness coming at the end of the week? I mean, there's a lot of data that could be bearish, right? There's PCE, Powell speaking, right? And everything's all hopped up because Waller and fucking Bowman yesterday were, you know, discussing the potential for rate hikes, which which Fed fund futures immediately moved forward. Also, no stock punishes diamond hands so hard. Yeah, that's true. We got $5 series CSP sold for 55 this AM. Morning vol is delicious. Ooh, nice. Okay. Not a bad assignment either with the borrow rate where it is. GME to the 300 of the 300 of you haven't been here in the last GM to the 300 of you haven't been here in the last 3 months. GM's at 1647 today. Contracted slightly, which is kind of bullish. Where's the money going? More Mag 7 piling? I would imagine that there's probably better breadth on this, but I haven't looked. RSP's up like 90% today. NQ's just a little bit ahead of ES. So yeah, I mean, some of it's going there. Dixie's starting to turn around a little bit since middle of the night last night. Not quite sure if that's bottomed out yet or not. But back above 103 would be pretty good for vol. Correlation's still turning around, so we're still seeing a lot of short vol in equities. There may be a little bit of squeezing going on today with the price action from this morning, but liquidity is still really dry in this upside range. Is this MOASS? Remind the poors not to diamond hand and take profit. No, I don't think it's MOASS, but GB's been getting shorted pretty hard for a decent period of time now. Morning liquidity's almost run out, by the way. We're getting pretty close. Depending on volume, maybe like another... Let's see, yesterday it ran out at like 1140. Seems to mostly run out around the same time every day. Yeah, we'll see. Give me 1 second. I gotta grab some. Upstart 30 today? So 30 is Gamma Max on Upstart, but Upstart has a history of not giving a fuck what Gamma Max is. So we'll see where Upstart goes. 30 is definitely a target. Too late for Upstart? I mean, it's up $1. It hasn't hit Gamma Max yet. Fubo looks pretty good, but it's not being covered a lot. That's kind of my problem there. Like Fubo is being actively shorted as it moves up. That could be a bit of an issue. Are you expecting positive earnings from GME this quarter? I don't think they'll beat on revenues, but they might beat on EPS. I'm not sure I care about that part. Hey Gherk, can you explain what the tips mean / measure? Vaguely, yes. They are a representation of the primary and secondary market liquidity of the underlying stock. More the cost of that liquidity. Yesterday, Jimmy's morning volume was 2x the average in the first hour, so we're at 65x. 65x because of the volume? No, whatever. I bought a call. Does this count as PTFD? Going to Grapevine next week for work. Should I go speak to RC on behalf of the pickle jar? First question will be regarding the size of his hog. What else do we want to know? I mean, make sure you get an answer to that first. Ask him if he plans on doing anything with the money he took from us. I think concerned shareholders would like to know. Alternatively, if you want to answer your questions, just shake him really hard, like a baby. You'd think I'd give it away that easy, Yaga? Nice try. Yeah, I think I have all the exposure to Upstart that I'm going to get. Looks like ES is getting ready to push up a little higher. Found support at 45.90. Next test is 4,600. Man, fucking Upstart illiquidity is crazy. All right. Over 800 viewers, 200 likes. I'm vomiting in rage on your behalf. I'm sure they'll like the stream after they make money. That's usually how it works, right? People like to withhold it. They want to feel like they're doing something nice, I think. How many day trades are you allowed in a 5-day period? I thought it was 3. It is. This pleb is up 534% on GME weeklies at 14.15. Not strike. Toe ring these bad boys. Gross. Not selling. Sorry. Ew. Make money, sir. We're here for education and entertainment. Why would I like the stream? You already get $20 a month. Fuck you too, D-Engineer. 6-month member of Dillionaires. Just tuning in. Chance of 4,600 today. Decent. Quite decent. I'm gonna hold my money and outperform 99% of this stream. Maybe. Not to brag, but some of those GME 15C sold at the top for $1.75 were mine. I just don't want YouTube recommending me a bunch of vids from financial gurus telling me this one weird trick that MMs hates. MMs love all the tricks, trash. That's the secret. Finfluencers are frauds, yeah. See the market through the eyes of Pi-Fi and become a billionaire today. You're such a fucking shill, Carl. Chance of downside gap fill this year? Well, it's still there. Did I miss a Dillionaire Black Friday sale? No, D-Engineer just doesn't know how to read. Do you see the market continuing the trend up until the end of the year? No, not really. Chances we touch 4,600, then calls capitulate. A good one. Yeah, there's a very good chance of that. Be careful of it. There's not a lot of liquidity up here, and rejections could be pretty fast. Right now, sorry, I'm watching so many things. I don't even have charts loaded. Right now, 4,600 liquidity is okay. 4,595 presents a little bit of resistance. We don't have any auctions today. Looks like there's still plenty of call buying coming in, but put buying starting to pick up as price action slows down. Yeah, which you can kind of see here with VIX tuning up a bit. There are some sold calls up here to squeeze, but not very many. Twat Waffle, suck on that. Like, woo. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. How's Apple looking? Should be doing pretty good today. It's up like 69 BPS. Seems to have kind of just run right back into resistance at 192. So Apple's right at the trend. If it pushes up more, I'll probably cut my spreads and roll them up above like 92.50, 95. But I think I've got a little bit of time to wait that out. Microsoft, I haven't sold anything on that yet. Ooh, it rejected off of 85. Could be a good time. I'd still like to sell them with price above 82.50, but it looks like I fucking missed that this morning. I was busy with other shit. If it moves back above 82.50, that might be a good opportunity. Let's see what indexes do here. Like if we test 4,600, there should be another entry there. – I wanted to see what Palantir is doing. Palantir's back above 20. Interesting. The fucking options interest there sucked though. Need to roll those out another week. Maybe. Still charm negative. Bumping gamma and delta yesterday. Just falling off. I might need to roll Palantir out a week. No, maybe I don't. Yeah, I guess I'll just leave that alone for now. I'll look back on it later. Okay. How close to crossing over the tips on GME with its current price action? On the intraday, it's kind of already happened. If we go out to the 4 hour, they're getting pretty close, but they haven't crossed yet. Here, I posted them this morning, but yeah, it's dropped quite a bit more. Nice rejection on ES at 45.97. So we kind of found the top of the call interest there on SPX. Rejection here is okay. I don't know if it'll have any continuation, but it could. I would look for a breakdown at right now. 80 losing 85 is kind of important, but 80, 75, and 70 are still pretty stacked. As far as put interest goes, there simply isn't very much of it. So most of the downside probably propagated by profit taking. If so, put interest is picking up a tiny bit, but not a lot, and it looks to be picking up at like 80 and 70. If you were Fed chair, would you be pleased with the way things are going at this point? Fuck no. Since we never pulled back, are we expecting a rejection up here to be pretty big? It could be. I mean, it really depends on how much profit taking goes on, right? GME volume is fucking crazy. I haven't been following GME for months. Is something supposed to be happening? People seem to be going nuts. I mean, we're getting some ETF covering. I mean, I don't think it's that crazy, but it's after quite a long period of shorting. So we have some compounded cycles of shorting being covered, and that can tend to be pretty dramatic. Um, there's no holiday or anything stopping it. XRT came off reg show last week, so I mean it's almost like a real OPEX, except the biggest problem is there's simply not as much call interest on GME as there has been in the past, which makes the upside potential a lot weaker. But I still think it might have enough juice to get to like 10 or 15% above Gamma Max. At which point, I don't really care what happens to it after that. So many GME calls yesterday. I missed the opportunity in the early drop. Worth to chase today or wait for a drop and bet on T plus 2. Yeah, you might. I mean, you wouldn't want to chase today if you were betting on T plus 2, but you could. An important part of that is going to be maintaining a price above $15 into the end of today. Remember, we were below 15 at close yesterday, so there's going to be no hedging requirements from that tomorrow. So holding 15 into the end of today for hedging requirements on Friday, that'll be important. The ES rejection starting to pick up a lot of volume on the 15. It's looking a little more bearish, getting more call side capitulation across almost all the in the money strikes. This could gap fill.
Order filled.
No. Don't. The tweet about UVXY is not about taking positions in UVXY. It's simply evidence of huge amounts of shortfall. Um, UVXY is extremely dangerous to take positions in. How's A and B looking? I'm still waiting for Friday to determine if you have to roll your spreads. Yeah. I think if it's below my risk on Friday, I'm gonna roll them. I might just roll them no matter what at this point. You know, the problem with fucking Airbnb is it's traded right on top of like delta neutral and gamma neutral for the last 5 days. So yeah, I think it just needs more time. Any pullback in the indexes should probably push down on it a little bit. And once it breaks DN and GN, it can fall pretty quickly. But yeah, I'll probably consider rolling some shit out. Maybe I'll go like end of December. I don't want to roll out to Jan, but I might go like end of December. Of zero day trades, I was successful in legging into the zero DT SPX spreads intraday, but have to hold to expiry. Are there any good ways to monitor P&L positions throughout the day? Does your brokerage have like a phone app? That could be pretty useful. Looking at 77, 75. Yeah, this ES sell-off still got some room. Neat that it's not affecting GME much, but it's hammering upstart. VIX is picking up quite a bit. Oh, they failed to test 4,600. That's got to be somewhat bearish. It's so cool that even with good news, they can't get it up. Microsoft's still pooping. Yeah. I'll probably just wait and see if this reverses. I'm okay with missing the opportunity if need be. QQQ feeling bullish week ahead of GDP positive data. So Friday rate cut news. Added the CSO shares this morning in the dip is a crude fall after today. Inventory and OPEC. Okay, thanks. Time to enter VXX ADC again. No popcorn. Be right back. Full porting UVXY20C. Ah, Jesus Christ. The fucking fund could blow up. They have a negative 6 billion spread between their assets under management and their NAV. That's not like something you want to invest in. XIV actually fucking blew up during Volmageddon. Like don't fuck with that. There's better ways to get vol exposure. This is a second stream card with old Gherkin, and I've got to say, I'm not a fan. You'll always be a young stud you are in my brain. Thanks, Dr. G78. I appreciate it. Sorry, I should have clarified. Looking for a way to create a visual chart to see payout at the different closing prices so I can gauge where adding positions is beneficial. You could use like option strat. That's probably your best bet. If you pay for their like live data, I don't have like a link or anything, but if you pay for their live data, you'll get like a minute by minute update of actually this is live feed. It's not even minute by minute. You get a live feed of like value at close. And you just plug in your shit. You know your audience. UVXY going bankrupt, that's our type of investment strategy. Oh, fuck. I don't need UVXY to become the next BBYRQ community, right? My 4560 is up 200%. I plan on overholding it like my 4550Ps from yesterday. So I suggest you buy calls now. I think this drop is gonna keep going. I don't know if we're gonna hit 60, but there's a big fucking gap here to fill. And put interest is picking up pretty rapidly. Bears are getting excited now. It's finally dropped enough that they want to come play. UVXYRQ, my body is ready. Jesus fucking Christ. Why would you suggest full porting UVXY? I'm ruined again. Close out November positive monthly. Maybe, yeah. There's actually there's like a pension fund flows coming in over the next 2 days. Like Thursday, Friday, that are gonna be pretty bearish. I think like 11 billion in outflow is expected from equities. It's not a ton, but it can shift momentum. Did they make inflation go away yet? No. No, unfortunately, no. But they did hide a big chunk of it by changing how they calculate healthcare costs, at least for a couple months. And then it'll come right back and be even worse. Hmm.
Stop field.
Nice. My energy bill just got adjusted and increased 8%. I don't think inflation is over. Also, if there's a cold winter, nat gas prices will go up. When gap fill? Yeah, we're pretty close to it. We'll see. We might find a little stability here before moving down further, but we might not. VIX is still moving up. Excuse me. Hmm. 16,000 OI or volume at the $16 strike. 2,000, 5,000, 4,000. Is anybody buying theta? Of course not. Fucking GME investors. Yeah. Well, people are buying the next. Few people are buying the next weekly. So there's some delta building to the upside. Unfortunately, the majority of interest is on the December 1st expiry. What are you gonna do? Did a lot of calls capitulate? Yeah, a lot of in the money profit taking. Um, a ton of it below 45.60. So if we fall below 45.60, there's very, very little support to the downside. So I know where we aren't going now. It's 70 is a key level. So this needs to be defended. Otherwise, this could fail quite a lot. Are you selling calls on indexes at these highs, or is it just me? I sold, so I sold a few, 46.25, 46.50 for December 30th. Not a ton of them, but a few. Do you know what GM for GME was in March of 2021 before the run? It would be interesting as a comparison to now. It's much less options activity right now, but also a much smaller float. Gamma Max in March of 2021 peaked at like 183, I believe. I can double check it. Oh, March of 21? I know 22. I don't think I have data for 21. 21 Gamma Max was around like 3. It was around like 300 something. but I have that somewhere. I don't know where it is. I'd have to go digging. But in March of 22, Gamma Max was, this is going to be adjusted, but Gamma Max was at 40, and then after T plus 2, Gamma Max moved up to 55. We had about 2 days where we traded over Gamma Max. Oh, I like the chat. Nothing fun to say. Go Pickle. Thanks, Pookie Maker. You have to look at the Gen 19 GME chain. No one's fucking buying those. There's like a little bit of shit out there, but a lot of it's sold. Yeah, this is fucking garbage. There are fucking 2,500 calls at 25. There's nothing for leaps. That's why GME doesn't get FTDs anymore, because people don't buy leaps on it. Are they tanking the market to stop the GME run? No. As is tradition with our guy RC, now that the AI fad is losing its charm, you know what that means, folks? GME about to go knee deep in AGI. Hey man, if Nvidia's gonna finance their cloud services, I'm totally okay with it. Does this look like it's going to reverse? Not yet, but it needs to. Nobody buys leaps because nobody believes in GME. Yep. It's not that they don't believe in GME, it's that they don't believe in price improvement in GME. Otherwise, they would, right? Does it make any sense to sell deep in the money CCs on GME around 12, or just sell my shares? That's up to you. Hmm. Covering starting to slow down. Getting a lot of liquidity from the indexes selling off. Hmm. ES is still falling. Just lost 75. Doesn't look like it's finding a ton of support either. Playing the downside's really risky right now. Don't forget earnings is coming up on the 6th also, which is next week. Especially if you're planning on selling CCs. I think Jimmy was like switching on and off between Wall Street Bets and Theta Gang. Yeah. Hmm. I think they could close the gap on SPX. Losing 4570 is really bad. There's not a lot of call side support underneath that. So if put accumulation continues to pick up, which it has been, yeah, then we're going to continue to see calls sell off. I don't think we're seeing a slowing in either of those. A lot of out of the money calls look like they're going to get burned here. But we'll see. They may step in and try to defend 70. So look for vol shorting as we approach VIX 13. All right, so GME liquidity on the 5. Starting to bottom out, but there's still a little bit left. Let me see. The change to borrow rate on GME was this morning. Give me 1 second. Borrow rate was down this morning. About 1 million shares available. Guess I'm still not overly concerned. Yes, is trying to find support at 75. It hasn't yet though. Still kind of just chopping there, and it looks bearish. Like from a momentum perspective, it looks like we're gonna fill the rest of the gap. Which is down to like 45.56. Hopefully that doesn't drag on Jamie and Upstart too much, but it's gonna drag on them a little bit. IV isn't dumping, which is maybe a good sign. So we're not seeing a lot of short vol on GME right now. VIX ain't going past 13. You know this, Dad. I think they're going to fight back. We'll see. Yes, testing diagonal we bounced on last night. Getting close. It's not quite there yet. Oh, maybe it is. I guess if you shave that off. Yeah, okay. I see what you're talking about. That may not be a good sign for like a reversal though. That looks weak. The sell-off's way too fast. You're talking about that, I assume. Yeah, that we might get a small bounce here, but it doesn't look like we're gonna get a bounce here. Like on a bar, you generally don't want to see it like one tick right back to resistance, right? You want to see it like break down pretty slowly over time. You want some evidence that there's buyers, and there's no fucking buyers here, right? It's just profit taking. Is Stonka Tracker not accurate? It never was. iBorrowDesk was always better. Stonka Tracker was like the worst fucking. That was the worst one back in the day. I don't really pay attention to any of them anymore. I think Atomic just pulls the. I think he just pulls the data every morning with like a script or something. I don't really have any reason to look at intraday borrow rate on GME. There's no point. It doesn't matter, right? The only thing that matters is the overnight. Carl has more negative beta than GME right now. GME doesn't. GME doesn't need negative beta. It just needs to survive the drop, right? If it can survive the drop and bounce back above 15, it can kind of stay in the game. Gork, why no SPX 4669 yet? That wasn't going to happen. Nope, you timed him out, Carl. Well done. Hmm. A 5 minute. Yeah, I'm not really sure that looks good. Maybe. Hmm. Let me see where call interest is. So call interest is broken down at 90.95. Everything above 4600 is basically gone now. So upside range on a bounce here is probably about 85. However, there's still basically no call buying going on, and puts are continuing to accumulate at 75, 65, and 60, 55, and 50. And those are bot puts. There's some put selling going on, but not a lot. So I think a weak bounce here is possible, but it probably won't last very long. SPX. Gene CRISPR. Bear's going back to sleep now. I need to sell my calls. The whole idea of watching Jimmy short data is funny in the face of the proposing back in March of 21 to solve the meme problem by hiding that data. They just found a way to make it worthless. What, like the short borrow data? It still has some value. The lending pool is the borrow of last resort, right? And so, if shorts are hitting the lending pool, they're under a lot of pressure. There's so many ways to get access to shares without paying insane borrow rates, right? Or how holding counterparty risk. So, from a strategy perspective, shorts are never going to touch the lending pool unless they absolutely have to. And if they have to, they're not in a very good position. So the information can be gleaned from the negative space there, right? So it's not valueless. It's just harder to analyze. Bounce over. Yeah, it wasn't very strong. It's not over. We need to set a lower low, but I love Carl. He's the best. I wish everyone was Carl. Make sure to send him some T vibes. If my T levels get low enough, maybe I can become a Carl. Carl is love. Carl is life. Not Carl advice. My only hope is a slow rise into the end of next week as I wait for theta to decay and IV to lower. Well, if we hold 15, you might get some price action on T plus 2. How is there already that much volume on GME? 17 million by 1030 is insane. No, 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 it's really not. Did you not trade GME back in 2021? This is fucking bullshit. Can you touch on your thoughts for GME earnings? I think they're gonna miss on revenues. They might beat on EPS. It really depends on SG&A, and obviously, you know, cuts to overhead are going to have diminishing returns over time. So EPS might be still a miss, but maybe a nearer miss. It's really it's really tight. I would say there's probably a greater than 50% chance that they beat on EPS, but that doesn't mean EPS will be positive. Palantir to 18 by December 15. That'd be cool. I might roll my Palantir today. I don't know. It got rejected pretty hard off 20, so maybe I won't, but I really don't want to get fucking assigned on Palantir. So we'll see where the rest of the day takes us. If they move positive, I'm gonna close them and sell them for next week. Or at least closer to my initial credit. Strange on the GME run in June, the IV for longer dated calls didn't get priced up a lot. Now it went from 60 to 95 for my April 24 calls. And it's rising slowly by the minute. Yeah, I noticed that actually back in June too. I mean the June run was kind of weird, right? It didn't last very long. And there was way less options interest than there is on this one. Jimmy's been slammed down for quite some time, so it's kind of natural that we're gonna see a little bit extra options interest, right? The prices are so low, and you know, with everybody betting on 20, you're gonna get more interest. You're gonna get more interest further out on the chain because we were down for such a long time that leaps were really cheap. So there is some interest out there, and there's definitely a lot more options interest now than there was like back when we had that kind of mini run in August and the bounce in June after earnings. But yeah, like the after earnings run in June was really short lived, right? And it was a surprise. So most of the options interest had already sold off post earnings, right? Like it had all gotten stopped out, and then they covered. I had some December 15, 18 p.m. Palantir earlier this week. Averaged them down a bunch when it rejected today. So yeah, so I have some Jan 15s on Palantir. I haven't been adding to them much. I'm still waiting to confirm the breakdown. But I have like 10 or so of those. And then I was selling some spreads on it because the yield was really good. But it looks I kind of want to roll them out. I just don't want to get assigned. Like I'm not so worried about the price falling. I just absolutely don't want to get fucking assigned in Palantir shares. I already have an obscene amount of them. Does this get more bearish the longer we stabilize here? As long as put interest is accumulating, yes. However, that's kind of flattened off here, so there's still a slight uptick in the number of puts being bought. But yeah, overall volume's dying off, so not necessarily more bearish, but the price point we're at right now is not, this is not good for bulls. We needed to get back above and hold back above 45.70 and we failed, right? So momentum favors the bearish positioning right now. And that could be a move as far down as 45.50. I think 60 has some support, 65 not so much. And then if we were to lose 45.60, yeah, 50 or 45. Also, Vega risk is going to pick up because of sold puts at 60 this morning. So what was the takeaway on the data this morning? So the data this morning wasn't super important. It was the final iteration of the quarter 3 GDP report, right? There's always three. There's like a preliminary, like one in the middle, and then a final. It showed a continued upside in GDP. So I think GDP for quarter 3 moved from 4.9 to 5.2. Costs were down, which was kind of expected already. Corporate profits were up pretty substantially. Is there anything else that was really notable? GDP sales were up, prices were down, and real consumer spending was down. So that was the biggest. That was the biggest shock. Was that consumer spending dropped off, despite corporate profits going up. GDP is expected to trim significantly going into quarter 4. So this doesn't really do much except kind of rebalance people's expectations for quarter 3. A lot of this is still being fueled by massive amounts of government spending, right? So yeah, I mean, not huge. And then the negative side of things was that retail and wholesale inventories dropped pretty substantially month over month. X autos. And you know, going into the holiday season, it's really not a good look for retailers to be holding less inventory, right? That speaks volumes about what they expect for sales over the holiday season. And durables demand on the wholesale inventory side, right? So, you know, everyone's really bullish on inflation cooling, but if inflation's cooling because the consumer and businesses are weakening and sectors are contracting, that's not bullish for equity prices, right? It would have been nice to have March 22 OPEX run with how long they kept this down. That one was nuts. That one was fun, yeah. That was my favorite GME OPEX. Mostly because it was the only big one that I ever got to sell in the money covered calls on. Up until that point. And then I was loaded to the tits with calls at the bottom. So yeah, that was pretty sweet. I think I made more money in March 2022 than I did in like Feb 21. Yeah, that's the one where I took my shirt off. I've been shorting for months and nearly blew up one of my accounts. I just 10x my port with GME calls. I bought Monday. Thank you, Gherkin, for keeping me level headed. Took profits, so realized. Nice, man. Congratulations. I hope that brings you back to break even at least. How far out would you sell in the money CCs this time, given upcoming earnings? Not far. I actually have no intention of selling CCs until after earnings, if I still have my shares. There's a very good chance that if GME hits like $18 or $19, I'm gonna sell everything. I don't like where the economy's going, and I don't like the direction Cohen's taking, which appears to be no direction at all. But I'm not gonna hold a retail stock for fucking 2 years while he trims SG&A and hold like short-term treasuries as a form of growth. Just not gonna happen. What is the pie fund open so we can all take our shirts off? Gross. What makes you think that would be appropriate in a business environment? Original AM. You selling your shares would probably frag the GME price. Probably not. I don't have that many. It's like a 169,000. That's not. Yeah, that's not gonna frag anything. Just sell it all to the MM. Wasn't the March 22 where we maxed out at 200? Yeah, yeah, that was the one where we fucking hit like exactly 15% above GM, and I sold before the stock halted. That was fucking awesome. Siri getting shorted today? Probably. I don't fucking know. Looks like it. It's definitely not doing very well. Does M have more legs? Possibly, yeah. I think Gamma Max is like 17, but I should warn you that Macy's basically never hits Gamma Max. Like in the history of the stack, I don't think it's hit Gamma Max since like the beginning of 2021. But yeah, it's got a little bit of room to keep going up. That was a good buy. I was pretty happy with that one. Everyone forgets that Macy's has a lot of luxury goods exposure because they also own Bloomingdale's. If you're new to this channel, keep your woman away from the screen if Gherk takes his shirt off. How many Pulte's worth of that is that of GME? I own a lot more shares than Pulte does. Fuck that guy. You know what was awesome? You taking your shirt off? I know, Grim too. VIX going down is significant for the rest of the move to fill the gap. VIX hasn't dropped very much. I mean, like, they're definitely trying to stabilize prices, but they're not doing a great job. They also have huge real estate holdings. They own like 2 city blocks in New York City. They own Macy's on 34th Street is actually 2 city blocks, and then they own the Bloomingdale's on the Upper East Side, and that's a full city block. That's like billions in real estate holdings, right? Like even with the commercial real estate market where it is now, that land is fucking super valuable. So Jimmy hits 18, definitely load up on puts because Greg's gonna crash the stock when he sells. No, same like Dillard's real estate holdings. Yeah, Dillard's has some. I mean, not the same, but Dillard's does have some real estate holdings. City Block in Chicago too. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, they have a pretty impressive real estate portfolio. No, not same. I don't think GME owns any real estate, right? They just lease everything. Why not sell in the money CCs instead of selling? I won't get enough liquidity. I'd have to sell 1,600 contracts, more than 1,600 contracts in the money. It's not likely. I'll try. I mean, but it's very unlikely I'll get sufficient liquidity to pull it off. Not without just absolutely blowing out the spreads. Okay. So we caught a bid back above 45.70. Still doesn't look very strong. This bounce might not last long. Build out a little bit of a bear flag though. That doesn't really look very good on any time scale. Should be kind of bullish. Hmm. There's no derivative market for selling calls of calls. uh, swaptions? It kind of is. So you have cheap stacks with extensive real estate holdings that are currently trading below book value. Could you take a look at FDP at some point? Sure. Ooh. Airbnb finally failed risk. Oh. Interesting. So I looked at Del Monte as a comparison to Dole. This was like a year ago, so I haven't done any recent research. My problem with them was they didn't have a lot of supply chain integration, and they seem to have suffered from that a bit this year. Now, food prices are widely down, and so none of the big like distributors are doing very well. But canned goods really benefit from recession fears, right? And I know Del Monte's a bit broader than that, but they do sell a lot of canned goods. And they're also exposed to commodity costs a bit more. I would say that while their debt isn't an issue, future growth maybe, right? It again, it's been a long time since I looked at it, but it's largely performing in the way I expected it to back then. So I would be if I was interested in buying it, I would want to buy it at a significant discount even to the current price. Um and I would want to see margins turn around within 4 quarters. Or cut the dividend, right? Cut the dividend and invest in growth. I think there's a lot of companies that would do well cutting their dividends right now. How high can this bounce take us? Up to potentially up to like 85. Although after 75 it gets a little bit trickier. we're still seeing call profit taking, and we're seeing put buying.
Order filled.
Are they stabilizing or puts? There's still put buying going on. Put buying and profit taking on calls, although they are selling longer dated puts, so they're pushing VIX down and getting some credit. That might spin into zero DTE call buying, but it hasn't yet. If AT&T cut their dividend, I would double my position. I'd wait for the price to drop, but I would definitely double my position. Believe it or not, actual Dan, you can close zero DTE calls and buy zero DTE puts, and the market could still go up. Probably should have sold a put against my Palantir long puts. Maybe. I don't think Palantir is performing that well today, but it's doing alright. Caught a bounce off 1987 again. Do you mean more volume this week than all summer? Yep. Well, this is all the volume from the summer being realized at once, right? That's kind of how that works.
Stop filled.
Futures got rejected again. 45.82. Yeah, so rejection on 83. If that loses 70, that's rough. Ouch.
Order filled.
Just wondered, do you still think I could run for the rest of the day? Or smart to sell shares now? Jamie hasn't lost 15 yet. 15's the level that matters. I mean, it's fallen. It's like dipped below it a little bit, but it's mostly held. Can Jimmy keep this piece of shit price action up today? It could, yeah. The things you're looking for on Jimmy to confirm it's breaking down are IV crash, which hasn't happened, and losing the 14, like the $15 level, or like let's say like 14.50 to really confirm a breakdown, but GameStop no long play, you think? It's not that I don't think there's a long play there. I just don't see one right now. I think Cohen's gonna continue trimming overhead and focusing on the retail side of things for the foreseeable future. Um and if that's the case, I can buy Jimmy in a couple years a lot fucking cheaper. Why wouldn't they just keep XRT on reg share forever? Well, you can't. I mean, eventually you'll get audited, right? Also, ETFs rebalance, and you don't want to be fucking caught holding millions of synthetic shares on the ETF when it rebalances. Not a great position to be in, especially when you can still cover at a low, right? I can confirm IV crush is not happening on a low. Jamie, sorry. Yeah, no, it's not. I'm just going to make money for Jamie in his usual way, off the back of shareholders. Uh, I'm buying all the 4600C I can. Okay. You know, those probably aren't going to go in the money, right? When is Cohen going to pull an AA? I don't think he is. Tesla 245 weekly put? Yeah, it's not too risky. I wouldn't overhold it, but your risk is tight. Um, you basically would just close it on any pullback. Yeah, it's not terrible. No, I didn't bail on Upstart. You're just out of GME if we get any kind of decent run here? Probably, yeah. I don't have a cost basis, and honestly, selling calls on it has just become a chore. Liquidity's too thin. There's not enough volatility for it to be worthwhile. I would be smarter deploying my capital elsewhere, and so, you know, as much as it pains me, sometimes you gotta let things go. It's my worst performing stock this year by a long shot, so you can't ignore that. It would be irresponsible for me to. Don't be married to your positions or something. Yeah. It's still tough. I printed out a share from Fidelity way back in the day. I spilled coffee on it. It's somewhere in the house. I haven't cut it into 4 pieces yet to account for the split, but it's here somewhere. How do you measure stock performance and compare it to others? How about year-to-date returns? It was fine when I was yielding, 5% a month or more, right? But once that bleeds off, it's not worth it to hold anymore. I'll sell what I mean, I'll end up keeping whatever I can sell and in the money calls when this is all said and done, but other than whatever liquidity is available for that, the rest is buy. I'm going down with the ship. Jimmy's the only company that had $1 billion of cash last year and still only has $1 billion of cash. Yep. Yeah, still waiting for a failure of 65 for more downside, little G. I think it's gonna fail. It's taking a little while. They're floundering, but it doesn't look good for the Bulls.
Order filled.
Have you added to your DVN positions? Not recently, no. How do you feel about oil going into next year? I know OPEC's still discussing some cuts, so obviously that could affect things. Um, I mean, demand's gonna drop. I don't expect oil to do particularly well next year. I think the economy is gonna contract significantly still. So, um, and not just the U.S. globally. So, at least get Ken or Larry to give you some exit liquidity like a true shill. You can't just walk away a hero. Why DFE got to? He didn't have to deal with half the shit I did. Are you planning to keep like 20% of your shares if there's a decent run in G? I mean, so this is what I'm gonna do. If this keeps going and we break Gamma Max, I'm gonna sell in the money covered calls. I'll sell as many as I can without blowing out spreads. And after that, whatever's left, I'm just gonna fucking sell. Doing alright, Akshaf. How you doing, man? Was there news on China that tanked some last night? I don't think there was any big data coming out of China last night. There is tonight. There's the manufacturing PMIs, which is a big deal. Ooh, nice. Let's see if we can hit 45.56. That'd be awesome. See, look at that. Where's actual Dan and his fucking crying? I have pets and they're out of the money. DFE had it worse. He was advocating to family and friends. You just yell at we proud degens through the screen. I think you like dealing with this. That's nonsense. 3 years of this. How many of us do you mock off stream? What? None. I would never make fun of you guys. You're learning. Oh fuck, did I just get I hit my take profit on that? Jesus Christ. Alright. Oh and go back down. Fuck a spot. Oh, there's the failure of that trend, Ben. 67.50.
Order filled.
Hmm. Here 1 second. Yeah. Still some put buying. 60 is not quite the resistance it was. There's not a lot of call selling right now, but there's still some put buying. Don't stop me, you bitch. $65, $75. Someone told me Gamma Max on GME 1647. It's probably moved up a little bit as we've traded sideways, but 1647 as of last night's close. What is YouTube always autoplay what's eating Gilbert Grape after your stream ends? Did you enter the Munger play yet? A little bit, yeah. Yeah. Oh. What the fuck did you guys do to the poor bulls? The bulls did this to themselves, Dork. Alright. 831 watching, but only 348 likes. Please like the video and show Gherk some love. If you guys could, it's a big help. I'd appreciate it. We had this type of price action, the run, March last year as well. Pumps sideways after open. Next day or two, it pumps another 20 to 30%. Yeah, yeah, that's usually what happens. T3 and T5, T2 and T5. Not getting a ton of price improvement today isn't a good thing, though. Um, probably something that should be noted. That's not really lined up properly, but yeah, that's better. There we go.
Stock filled.
When do you think we see 4,500, 4,450 again? We got a lot of levels to fail first. Although the momentum of this downside is very promising. Hey, Jimmy didn't go down. That's cool. Yeah, you get stopped out of this fucking call or what? Nope. Cool. What a perfectly placed stop. Did you guys see that? Phenomenal. That's what makes it all worthwhile. GB gonna break VWAP here or what? Okay, I definitely got stopped out, right? Nope, still not stopped out. There it is. Maybe $28 calls. Not for them. Oh, those are expensive as fuck. Jesus Christ, I'm starting IV still going up. Maybe if I can buy them for 50. 2 days to expiration. That's probably the better. Yeah, I'll just wait. It's been a long time since I've caught a stream. Earlier you mentioned you want to get out of GME for various reasons. If code actually provides forward guidance, are you still out? No. If he has a plan, I would stay in, but I don't think he does. And I think he's passed up far more opportunity than I would like to see out of the executive class in any company I own. I think he's not good at running companies, frankly. And if you don't have faith in the leadership of something you're invested in, you probably shouldn't be invested in it. YouTube Premium fact: in the time it takes for a regular viewer to see 50 ads worth of creator revenue, a premium viewer has contributed 10x that to the creator revenue and watched no ads. Huh. Interesting. Halfway to full port. I would make Brett so proud. Nice, adopted by Dan's. The crazy part is they're way more expensive this morning. I wanted to buy a 30C weekly at 15-ish, and they were 34 cents by the time I checked. Yeah, it ran pretty hard in the pre-market. But I don't want to get too much weekly exposure on it. There's still a lot of vol shorting going on here, which is, while the covering looks attractive, that may mean it's also not ready to run yet. So I'm trying to limit my exposure to it just in case. Like, it does look good, right? But that setup can still break down. You think this bounces here or we continue to fall? We could find some support here around 60. 60 is like the next support level, so after we lost 70. I don't think there's a lot of support at 50 though. I think if we lose 60, we'll probably see 45. No problem, second breakfast. Is there a particular ratio for the strikes? No, I haven't decided on anything yet. I'm really not attracted to the idea of over leveraging myself into Upstart right now. Like, I like it, but it's not the same as GME. It's definitely way less fucking predictable. And the low liquidity there kind of rubs both ways, and that can be as much a problem as it is a benefit, right? At the money, 228% IV on GME. Rubs eyes in disbelief. Yeah, options aren't cheap. 45 is bear confirm. 45 is bear confirm for ES, right? I'm pretty sure. Well, it's close. 45 is just above the bear confirm on ES. Bear confirm on ES is like 42. Or the bear signal, not confirm. Confirm is down at like 45.25. Here, if you need a screenshot. Now that my 4600 Cs are free, are they gonna go in the money? Probably not today. I just got broken up with because the guy said I had no drive. Can you tell me that love is not real? It's not. It's fake. It's just a bunch of hormones telling us to do things that we think are awesome at the time. They usually end up being shit. Yeah, Siri's getting slammed. I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Hey, how's it hanging? It's alright, it's going alright. How are you, man? Maze, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the stream, or added to the country club after the stream. Thank you so much. Back in the jar, taking a year to reset and rebuild. Double port after mangling a triple yesterday. And Jamie running. Happy holidays. Fucking awesome, man. Happy holidays to you too. No problem, Annie. Love is real if you take off your shirt. Grim 2, you can keep asking me, but I'm not gonna do it. The more you ask, the more the chance of me never doing it again. Why would on the market reward me for good hedging? This is bullshit. Are my 4580 Ps safe? Yeah, I'd say so. Nice, Ben. Love was invented by Hallmark to sell more Valentine's Day cards. That's not what your love letter to me said, Trash. Yo, dude, how's it going? I dislike the stream because we're still above 4,500. That being said, green on the day through some options mastery and pure dumb luck. Well done, Popcorn. Don't ruin it for the rest of us, Grim, too. I'm pretty sure my love letter to you said that you were awful. That's not the point. If you download Gherk stream after it's over at 144p, it automatically adds the length of the video to the video's total time watched. I wonder when Google patches this. Huh. I don't know. Glip Glorp, did we officially double top? I think this top is higher, right? No. We gotta... No. We got a higher top. We might have blown off the top. And that prospect's exciting. Negative beta. Let's go. Love is finding someone whose awfulness is compatible with your own awfulness. And I think I lost the thread, but yeah, you want to get coffee sometime? Anytime, Trash. Seems like there are a lot of men in here that want to either be broken up with or divorced. Stop asking Gherk to take his shirt off. UVXY calls inverse me. Did your fucking puts finally print? Actual Dan? The fact that it's still a green day on SPX is wild. What a hell of a morning, man. Do you base your overnight strategies on expected overnight events? Like before open tomorrow, we have PCE and jobless claims? Sometimes, yeah. Any chances for 4,500 this week? I might have a little something, something. That sounds insanely stupid. 45.55 flacking. Is it gonna want us to move lower? Not true, actually. There's not a lot of interest left here. Um Yeah, I guess we could end up stuck at 50 again, but things get spicy as we drop lower. Losing 60 is kind of a big deal. And now we're gonna fall back into that range where like there's a lot of there's a lot more Vega exposure, right? So that's also pretty significant.
Order filled.
ES loses this level 45.49 or 45.54 on ES. Like the sell-off's slowing a bit, but it may not be done. So like 68 and 45, 54, 50. Okay. I started reading Against the Gods, and all he talks about are mathematicians. When does he get to the secret DDS DD? The secret DDS DD already printed hard. I sent it to Carl for his birthday, but I don't think he made any money on it. Guap guap, they're tickling my stops. Dude, they can always fucking, you can always buy more pets. Who cares? Like, no, market makers aren't going to stop selling pets just because you got stopped out. Bouncing back to 45.70. That doesn't look particularly good right now. No, I don't think so. Maybe 60. They'd have to. They'd really have to put in the effort to get us back to 70. There's still profit taking going on. Okay, I have a secret GD for my birthday too. I promise I won't lose more than 40% of my port this time. Oh, McChuggets. Finally broke 45.75 this morning, so you can fall to 44.75 now. Thank fuck. Maybe. It wasn't long ago that you understood the limits of settled cash. You don't, but there's tomorrow, right? Like, who gives a shit if you run out of settled cash? It's not like the market's gonna stop trading just because you missed one move. There's always something else to make money on, right? The opportunities are endless. What isn't is your supply of money. So it's more important that you don't lose money than like not losing money is vastly more important than making money. Making money will just happen, but you can't get exposure to that unless you keep your money. Stop talking down to us from your golden throne. That's fucking asshole.
Stop field.
I really want GME to break $16 and rip. Get all that index volume. Come on, GME. You can do it. The advice of not losing is more important than making is pure gold. It's harder to put into practice. Honestly, Upstart and GME both holding up decently with this downturn. GME more so. Yeah. Upstart has more like tech side exposure than GME does though. So if tech takes a big hit, also Upstart doesn't have anywhere near the amount of options interest. Like no one really pays attention to Upstart. It got popular for a little bit. Yeah, I see it broke 16. My 1650 CCs don't want that. Why do you have... Never mind. I got stopped out on Upstart, 45% loss. I bought when you said Upstart could go to 30, and degen'd like a dum-dum. It still could go to 30. Why do you always full port everything 15 minutes after market open, Thunder 86? Thanks for the straddle tips yesterday, dude. I nearly 2x'd it on today's action. Nice, puddin' flaps. Well done. Lord Glorglemort win crash. Not today, Popcorn. Not today. Realistically speaking, how high can this GME run even go? I don't know, like 16, 1894? Liquidity running out at 1140? What? I didn't say that. Shut up. No, seriously, shut your fucking mouth. Straddle, double down, set stops, take profits. You the man. Thanks, Arugris. Well done, by the way. I waited 30 minutes and only 0.25 ported. Jeez. Why did you set stops at 40%? Why not 100% stop loss? Like a true diamond-handed degen. Ew. $18.94.05. Whatever. I was close enough, okay? 1894, William Kennedy Dickinson receives a patent for motion picture film. It's amazing how you say things and then they happen. I know, it's my talent. I can travel. Well, here's the thing, Crypto. I can travel exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds into the future. But that's it. Way too many people watching today. What's your favorite breed of dog? Well, okay. First off, let me preface this by saying I don't really like dogs that much. Hopefully, that'll get rid of some of the extra viewers. You know, I've got to go with Dachshund. They're just kind of awesome. They look like a hot dog. Dash hounds. I love dogs, but I'm not leaving. Sorry, not sorry. Damn it. Dachshunds hunted badgers. Yeah, I know. They're like if a chihuahua could kill things. You said something early this morning, way longer than 1 minute and 26 seconds into the future. What? Yeah, but every time I do that, like I die a little faster. Crypto. I don't like them because you have to like take care of them. Thanks, Cobra. Part-time Peanut, hit the like button. It really helps. Thanks, Grackle. Last time we did this, I got in big trouble for saying that I love dogs too, but humans should not own them. Hmm. But then they would just run wild. I'm also not going to re-enter Upstart, so it's totally going to run. The last time I did this was Jan, right before the run. The episode of It's Always Sunny where Dennis says he doesn't like dogs is hilarious. I don't remember that one. Imagine if the Dachshund could be modified with a snake-type jaw so it could swallow smaller prey whole and keep them inside its hot dog body. See, this is why I like them. No, not the long-haired ones. Those are weird looking. Dachshunds can't go upstairs or they'll hurt their wimpy little spines. Weak creatures have no place in God's domain. Trash, I've seen you try to pick up a cop with your wings, alright? Don't fucking give me that. I like dogs, okay? The Chinese buffet I ate at as a kid got caught with dogs in their freezer and they got shut down. It was a good buffet though. Huh. I just feel like those reports are not real. Because there's only like a small part of China where that practice is like it's not even commonplace there, and I don't think anyone else in China is about it. Yeah, that's called racism. Chicken is way cheaper than cats or dogs. What's up, crypto? I may not be able to pick up a cup, but I can decimate a restaurant's ornamental fish tank in 60 seconds flat. So who really wins here? Thanks, Cobra. What are you doing here, man? You're doing angry, kind of happy. I asked my wife a while ago. She said there isn't really a lot of dogs and cats being eaten these days, and she's from the rural part. Though you can still find that if you want to. Yeah, like I know it still exists, but it's like it's like a really specific region, and it's part of like some sort of like festival or something. And I think it's considered like frowned upon nowadays. I eat dogs all the time, hot with ketchup and sauerkraut. Glizzy gang, for life. Pangolins are way tastier. If we break 60, good chance to go back to 70. Well, we haven't broken 60, but not necessarily. 65's kind of weak. 70's, I guess another test of 70 isn't completely out of the question yet. But call selling and put buying are still pretty persistent. So I don't think this bounce is bullish. Are hot dogs actually good? I mean, actual New York hot dogs? I mean, they use like good hot dogs at the hot dog stands. They're usually like Sabrat or Hebrew National, but they're boiled in dirty fucking water that probably has piss in it. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't really eat them. Actually, Shenzhen made it illegal to eat. Shenzhen made it illegal to eat dogs earlier this month or last month, so other places will probably follow suit, as Shenzhen is one of the 4 major cities. Okay. By the way, I was looking a bit on Yahoo. Can someone explain why option chains normally only go to 25, but December 15 is running all the way to 300? December 15 is a leap expiry, but you also may just not be looking at all of the strikes available on the chain. Make sure you're not just looking at like the 25 strikes from the money and you're looking at the whole chain. What stock? For when my UVXY YOLO pans out, is UVXY cash settled? No. Is it possible to get back to 1450 by the end of the week? I wouldn't bet on it. I'm pretty sure the weekly chains on GME go above 25. Like this goes to this December 1st goes to 30. 8th goes to 25. This is a leap expiration. It goes to 80 though. It doesn't go to 300. The Jan one might 127.50. There shouldn't be any 300 strikes left on GME. No. Nope. The South Korea Dynamite ban thing is real. Would not Google that because it gets weird. Aztecs bred Quetzalcoatl solo dogs, which ran hot since they were hairless, so they used to warm your feet in the cold and eaten on special occasions. What's not to love? Jimmy's not ripping. I mean, come on, really? Fucking $16. This is what we call ripping nowadays. Everyone's just trimmed their expectations over and over and over again until they barely exist. It turns like 1K into 10K on GME this week, thanks to your deep knowledge of cycles and delayed settlement. It allowed me to keep a close eye on GME and buy in before breaking 1250. Thank you. You're welcome, man. Well done. What's GME Gamma Max? 1647. How high is IV so that 1517 bull call spread December 1st? Still only 67 cents on GME. That's actually not a bad deal. Yeah, that's not too bad. Hmm. Quite high. Yeah, I'll take 10x on those. Hmm. GB could go up more. It hasn't broken Gamma Max yet. It hasn't even tested it. SPX gained a little ground over 61 here. Maybe pushes for a test.
Order filled.
Higher, 80, 45, 83. That's kind of a huge bounce. Maybe 78. Bullish, a little bit. Futures has some room. Maybe retest the trend. 45. What is that? Like 45.76. Might not get that far. Maybe like 45.70, 450 on ES, which is like 65. It isn't worth it buying back $15 CCs. IV's too high. Well, you better hope you get fucking assigned on them. Why would you sell cover calls into a fucking run, man? Is 15 CCs getting holding on, or are they getting squeezed? They're getting squeezed a bit. Yeah, yes. Oh, I fucking hate Uber. Are we seeing any calls building up on GME $17 or higher? I don't have intraday OI. I don't know. There's volume there, so it's very possible. Christian Lagarde's MOASS got. Is School of Soccer in the way of AMC dead? I don't know. I just hate making videos. It feels so fucking corny and lame. Hey guys, Gherk here. Like and subscribe, and let's talk about my sponsor. Ugh. How's Tesla doing? I don't know. I don't look at it. Looks like that guy who bought 245 puts, 249 might have made some money. But it did find support at 245. It was kind of tracking with the index, I think. You want so much information day in and day out. I don't know if the energy you would spend on raw videos would do much. Well, I don't know. I mean, I know the advantage of it, and it's like evergreen, and I can direct people to it to answer questions, right? But at the same time, I just hate making videos. Maybe instead of recording, you could just do a stream on Sundays where we can ask questions and discuss upcoming events and data in an open forum. Oh, you mean the thing I do every Sunday? Gherk here from Manscaped. When I'm chilling, there's nothing I like better than being smooth down there. No lower, no, not as low as your PNL. Pretty low. For SS, make an outline of the talking points you want to cover. Do a live stream, go over all those points, take questions after. You're good at streaming, so do that rather than scripting. Maybe. If you want to learn more, here's some of my overpriced courses. Gross. If you guys walk away from any of this, all of this with anything, walk away knowing that anybody selling you a trading course is a fucking con man. Want to lose your Saturdays as well? Can always do a semi-scripted interview about certain subject with the quants. Ew. What happens once GME breaks GM? Big dumps? No, it can keep going. It's just unlikely to stay above Gamma Max for very long. I just got a video recommendation on YouTube from Ape Andy. Still oblivious as to what's going on with GME and AMC, claiming options are indicating both are gonna double. Fucking bird brain. He streams every day and answers questions throughout. I just need to find out how to collate the clips. I've clipped a lot of stuff. If they were good at trading, they wouldn't need to be selling a course. It's not even that. It's just that you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not effective. And like trading systems, you can't teach people to trade that way. It's not eff only work in certain market conditions. And if you only know one system, you're not adaptable, right? And there's nothing worse than being a trader that can't adapt. It's pretty obvious all of our Sunday streams are heavily scripted and rehearsed. It took us a long time to write up all that information about JFresh's pool. Do you think Munger's Baba pick killed him? Too soon, Robin your hood. It's finally a celebrity death I'm sad about. Munger was awesome. It's a range chop again or Nike swoosh to 4650. Looks like range bound chop. 50 to 70 right now, but calls are still selling, so it'll probably end up being like 50 to 60 by the end of the day. I didn't know he was blind in one eye. All the greatest traders have lost an eye for some reason. I don't know why. Having one eye just makes you a better value investor. Microsoft 370, Jan 19th entry here. And F theta with today's overall down movement from all-time high. Could be. I mean, I don't hate the range. There's still a lot of big data on the table, and it's a risk, right? No, the tips haven't crossed on the 4-hour yet. And that's usually the most explosive point of price action. So to quote you, it's never too soon, only too late. Man, I have some cool quotes. Haven't ever gotten an eye patch, Gherk, yet? No, not yet. Don't poke your eyes out. It has to happen naturally. I'm already an eye down, so I'm halfway to being a great value investor. Next step is to learn what value investing is. The lack of the eye should just allow you to see the mispricing, right? Last week you said STH about getting out of your GME position if the price went a little higher. Will you take this opportunity? Yeah. Yeah, I will. Don't poke your eyes out. Gherk 2023. Perfect, Dork. Thank you. Where's NW? He's supposed to be writing all of these down. Don't full port UVXY. UVXY. Don't poke your eyes out. All of this advice I can't seem to follow. What's up, NW? How's the new job going, man? No worries. Like 25 and higher, or just a little above where we are? Unless Gamma Max moves up, the current limit for like the price range on GME is like 1894. However, if we stagnate today and options interest continues to accrue out of the money, Gamma Max may move up. Especially if short calls at 15 begin to close. And if that happens, the range for GME could extend. It's unlikely. It hasn't happened in a very, very long time, but it could happen. Gurgle will never sell his GME. His viewership increases, and I don't give a shit about that. I absolutely fucking will. If you're missing an eye, it's harder to perceive depth. This allows one to find the value that is hidden behind all the bullshit. Apple's dying. I know, it's awesome. How long does Jimmy run last realistically? Is there some sort of TX rule of thumb? Thanks. Yeah, like 5 from when it starts. Like when it starts, you have like 5 days roughly before it's over. So from yesterday and today we have like 3 more potential days of upside movement. But we're really gonna want to push harder today. Oh, we just broke Gamma Max. Hey Dork, my GME $15 calls are up 20x. I have bull call spreads. I have calls. I have an obscene number of shares. So it's all of this is nice. Jimmy Shorts must have shorted pretty hard. Well, they did, yeah. I mean, we had like fuck, we had like 4-5 straight months of shorting. He sold more Apple calls, so my puts go in the money. Thanks, big guy. No, I don't think so. I might get some puts, but not yet. Why isn't QQQ dying with Apple? Like, I don't know, Nvidia's up today. Microsoft's not doing very well. Ugh, actually, I'm kind of surprised. None of the Mag 7 are doing very well. I guess it's just being supported by breadth. I mean, I could take a look. Hold on. Looks like the rest of tech is doing really well. CrowdStrike's up like 10%. WDay's up like 12. Intuit and Cisco are up. ADP's up. Netflix is down a lot. Nvidia's up. ASML, Intel, AMD, Qualcomm. Health technology is doing well. Tesla's having a pretty good day. So yeah, it's just getting supported more broadly. Some of retail's doing okay. Health tech, consumer durables. Some like services, like tech services, are doing okay. Even though Google, Meta, and Microsoft are down, the rest of tech services are doing really well. What did I set my stop? 45, 75, 50. 25. Oh,
Stop field.
okay. Well, that works. I think Jamie might be starting to squeeze out the short calls. Gamma Max isn't a resistance. It just means that beyond this point, Gamma no longer pushes price improvement. But Delta can still drive price improvement. Yeah, it's like the top of the meatball mountain, right? So Jimmy's like here, and now it can move through here. The problem is if anything sells, the meatball immediately goes back to here. Ooh.
Stock filled.
Futures got a little breakout. That still looks like shit on the 15-minute, but I'll just go short at 74.50. There we go. Win CCs from Jimmy? I'm not gonna fucking tell you. Well, the market keeps going up. GME could get spicy. I don't know how much the indexes are driving GME at this point. It's kind of doing its own thing now. I was about to get a 4560p before that little pump. Yep. Not the right time. Not yet. There's still some chance of testing 70, so that's not. Yeah, it's not out of the question. Yeah, there's a bit of call buying and put selling here, so. What tinfoil theory do you think SS will come up with after this run up? Who cares? Jimmy can sustain these levels until earnings. Would you expect Ivy to continue up? I don't think it'll hold these levels till earnings. If we're getting short covering before earnings, we'll probably get shorted into earnings. It's a good time to sell CCs when he says, you should have sold CCs 2 days ago. Yep. Is this run only driven by ETFs, or does it also have short covering? There's short covering. I mean, you have a lot of sold calls, right? And those are getting pushed out. So that's mainly where your short covering is coming from. But the initial move is driven by ETFs. Cuban sold Mavericks for 3.5 billion, dunks it all into GME. Am I right? That sounds completely fucking insane. And where did that even come from? Oh, I fucking hate people. Dude, there's people in this Discord with more fucking shares than Pulte. If the tips cross in the 4 hour and we already hit GM, does it mean we can still go up more and the main run is still upon us? Yes. It's not a real rumor. It's just bullshit. Like most rumors. Just wait for XRT to go on Reg Show right at earnings. Well, they have to finish covering it first, and then it can go back on Reg Show. Is it a good time to open bear call spreads on GME? No. My GME call is up 300%. What do I do now? This has never happened. There was a good, someone said something good once. It was, if it's worth screenshotting, it's worth closing. Right, so they cover before earnings, have it characterized as Reddit speculators, and then they utilize XRT reg share at earnings to absolutely dump it and make earnings look terrible. Yeah, they could do that. What are you expecting GME price to fall to in the next few weeks after this run crumbles? Back to 13-ish? I don't know if it'll go back to 13 right away, but we'll see where delta neutral settles out. Usually it takes us a little while to break back down through delta neutral. RC is starting to get active on Twitter before earnings. You know what that means? Dilution. Didn't you do some polls on the amount of shares in chat 2 years ago? Yeah, it was a lot. Can you please put Stickle on Upstart? How over leveraged are you, Carl? If you need me to use cartoon pickles to push the price back up, I'm worried that you may have bought too many calls. I spent $100. Okay, all right. That's that's not too bad. Did I miss something with GME? There's covering, ETF covering. I timed this out perfectly earlier on my calls. I'm making too much money. It might be time to pigeon whale here soon. Don't fucking tease me, Navy Nuke. You either are willing to accept the lifelong commitment of pigeon whale or you're not. Why am I making money? I don't like this feeling of not being upset with you. Get used to it. Should I go ahead and sell CCs, or you think it's gonna go up more? It could go up more. It may not. Oh shit. Oh, it's gonna be so cool if I top take ES here. The Upstart Ivy is getting crushed, which I really don't like. No, I don't think BTC will ever hit 100K. Not trying to be tinfoil, but what stops those with AP power who know XRT covering mechanics from just having their related funds or buddies buy calls right before a run they cause themselves? They just buy calls right before the run they cause themselves, right? They give the cash to the ETF, then they start buying calls. You think the 20,000 calls at 20 are retail? They're fucking not, man. Why are you not bullish on BTC? Because it's a fucking scam. It doesn't have any value. It's worthless shit. And now it's centralized worthless shit. Yeah, but you, the collective, are a bunch of like conspiracy theorists, nut jobs who hide cans in your basement of green beans. SCX still might go up to 70, you think? Maybe. This could be the top. We'll see. Jimmy tips check? Speaking of which. Let's see. Still contracting. Covering on XRT and IGH isn't done yet. No, tips haven't touched yet. I know they're not retail, but the obvious, which you confirmed, seems like complete manipulation and insider trading. How? How's that insider trading? Like you give an ETF money, right? You settle your accounts with the ETF and, clear your book. The ETF has to buy the underlying shares. Isn't it just smart to then go buy calls on the underlying stock, right? If you know there's going to be a buyer. I mean, that's not insider trading though, right? Insider trading would be having access to privileged information about a company that nobody else has information about. But I just told you about how it works. So, I mean, I have information about it. Other market participants have information about it. FINRA members all have information about it. So it's publicly disclosed information. People don't understand how it works, so they don't like there's not a lot of people that play it, but the people who create the buy volume know how it works and they take advantage of it. Like say you're holding a futures position on SPX, right? And so you have like 200,000 contracts of ES at 45.50 and you're going to take profit on them. And ES is trading at, 46.50, right? Wouldn't it be smart to go short ES before you close your long position? If you know it's going to move the market? That's just smart. It's not crime. Sup, dude? Been away for a while. It's still just like the old days when people just show up when GME runs. Yeah. Eth is superior to BTC anyway. Solve the infinite loop issue that led to removing loops from the BTC OP code. It doesn't matter. It's all fake bullshit. No one of them is better than the other. They're all meaningless. The social contract will endure, and crypto will not. I love the YouTube scumbags. GameStop 300%, explosion inbound. It's fucking so cringy. Everyone just tries to jump on the hype train. None of them know what the fuck they're talking about. No doubt smart, but you don't know when they'll cover deferrals, etc. They do. House always wins. Yeah, I mean we can narrow it down though, quite a lot. You don't need to be right on time, right? I mean, obviously you can make the most money being right on time, but as long as you know that there's exposure built up, you can get exposure to the covering, right? Like, I mean, again, at any point in time, had you bought GME leaps at a low, right? When liquidity had maxed out, you would have made money, a shitload of money. Now, getting it down to the day, obviously that's way more profitable, right? Because you can over leverage super cheap short dated options like I did this week. But yeah, obviously, you know, you can be a day or two off. You can be a month off. But the opportunity is always there, right? Like, and that's one of the reasons that I'm okay with selling my shares, because I can always just buy calls when this shit happens. I don't need to own the stock. You have to have blind faith. GME's going to 1,000 or be called a shill. That's bullshit. Did you say I won't endure? Not you, Crypto. The Fairweather fans should have to pay some of their options winnings as dividend to the Pigeon Whales. It's okay. They only like to make money once every 3 months. Meanwhile, you know, everyone's excited GME's up $3. The SPX has gone up and down $35 today. In both directions. I can't just stop ES. It's just doing its thing, man. Just reminding the poors and even SS idiots to take profit or don't and provide us with some lost porn to laugh at. Cuckoo. Thank you, Costellosaurus. Yep. It's always fun to laugh at the lost porn. It's even better when you sell the calls that they buy at the end of the run. Is there still people around that haven't gotten to investing for dummies? Yeah. Do you think there's any connection with memes moving and SPX dropping? Sorry if I missed it. No. Actually, the fact that we're seeing like broader ETF covering across the market, maybe why we're able to pump above 45.50. Right? That may be providing some of the upside liquidity that we're seeing in the indexes. Broadly across, you know, thousands of ETFs. Remember this is like offset from OPEX, right? Because the holiday shit. And like while GME is, you know, the focus of our interests, it's just a small like percentage of the total covering that occurs in the market on these positions during these periods, right? Like GME might see a few billion in flows, but you know, there's trillions churning through ETFs. ETF settling of the final buyers. That very well could be true. Yeah. There was in March of 22 where the market ran up in a similarly aggressive manner. If I recall correctly, XRT went off Reg Show on 11/21. So that means the earliest it could go back on Reg Show is 11/6. 10 trading days. Yep. That sounds right. Where can I buy a VWAP hat? Literally anywhere. Cool beans. I'll diamond hand these VXX ADCs. At this rate, where do you see GME closing today? I'm betting my money on 18. Maybe 18 would be awesome. I mean, I'm kind of really happy if GME holds 15 above 15 into close is awesome. No, we're not going back to March 22 prices. Relax. Gamma Max would have to double. More than double. What happened in April of 22? JPOW raised rates in March. Why would you buy a VWAP hat when you can Sharpie it on your forehead for free? Come on, people, you're all wasting money when you could be burning it on 0 DTs. Exactly, trash. 17-week auction came in 0.02 cooler. No one gives a shit about the 17-week though. Those are expected to be liquid and have high demand. Do you think large market participants factor things like ETF covering in their positioning? Yeah, probably. I think they're aware of it. You have to be if you're a short fund, right? Because otherwise short vol will burn you. That's what happened on Upstart. Short vol started to cover and they fucked all the long shorts. Hurry up and sell so Jimmy is gone forever. So SVX rebounded from 45.55 while I was AFK. What do for the rest of the day? There might be another opportunity to short it again a little later. Not yet, but we're getting close to a point of failure here. I don't know if we're quite at it yet. There's obviously still a little more room to the upside, but close. We'll probably look for a shift in flow trends, but right now it still looks like a lot of calls are selling off. So they're still in the money call profit taking. It might be even a little bit of profit taking at the 70 level. Do you know what the reason for yesterday's after hours run on GME was? And can it happen today once again? Well, if we're operating under the assumption that ACH covering is being done in order to rebalance shares outstanding in XRT, right, and other GME ETFs, the settlement for those purchases comes at 4:15. So that's when ETFs do their end of day settlement, 4:15 p.m. Eastern time, and so that can drive buying in the after hours session. If you guys remember that one time we ran like $50 in January overnight, same deal. Or October and January of 2022. This volume is kind of crazy on GME. We haven't seen above 15 mil since October 31, 2022, and 24 mil. We haven't seen above 30 since April 1st, 2022, when it hit 52. Yeah, there's a lot of churn. There's a lot of options interest, which is good, right? It'll build up FTDs, which may make GME more exciting over the next 3 months. Hopefully we get a shitload more volume over the next few days. And then revert back to mean by market open. Well, yeah. That can happen too. Wrong. That was the NFT marketplace excitement. You mean the NFT marketplace that they'd announced 5 weeks prior to the run? We topping out here around here on ES? I think so. Yeah. ES still has a little bit more range, like 45.75, 45.79. 45.78, 45.79, like right around there. But yeah, I think we're hitting resistance. PCE for predictions for tomorrow. Well, PCE is not going to factor in the reduced cost of healthcare from CPI, so it's possible that we see it come in at 0.2 again, which would be bearish for the current narrative. I accidentally bought individual SPX puts in the small margin account this morning, turned them into spreads, and Franken spread at the bottom. Guaranteed position from the profit now. 16 months ago, I would have been despondent here. Thanks, Gherk. Re-fucking coup. That's awesome, Salty. Well done, man. Locking it in. Jimmy finishes around this price. That's pretty spicy, to be honest. Yeah, if it closes the day above Gamma Max, it's very spicy. Still want those $15 calls to capitulate and those so calls to give up. I think some of them have, but there's more. There's a lot of them. So we're played both ways in the SPX today. I made a solid 10% on the port so far. A little FOMO since I don't have any GME this run. Think wait for a pullback to enter or the run is done. You could confirm the pullback. If we get one, it would be like tomorrow, and then the T2 would be Friday, Monday. So you could get exposure. Like you might be able to get exposure on a pullback tomorrow, but that's provided Gamma Max doesn't go up tonight, which given the volume, it might. You want the 15s to capitulate. I want the 20s. We're not the same. We need like a full-on OPEX run for like the 20s to capitulate. It'd have to be like March of last year. Like we'd have to blow up all the short vol selling into the top of the run, and I really don't know if GME has enough options interest from like retail to pull that off anymore. There was a time, but I think those days are gone. So we're going to figure out an estimated percent. The percentage of failures by volume isn't going to be very high. Jimmy's fail to volume ratio sucks since the split. Like, it's been terrible. How crazy would it be if DFV never sold? I mean, not that crazy. We just sell covered calls. If you sold covered calls on every run on GME from June of 21 till now, he would have doubled his money. DFV sold covered calls on his other stocks. I could DFV sell CCs with the amount of shares he has, but you can't. I can still sell CCs. It's just the liquidity is not as good anymore. I think DFV was a patsy. Maybe. I think he just understood settlement. I think he had enough information to do something with it. How's Upstart looking? It's not dead, but I wish it was running a little harder. I'm still alive. I fucked up, though. What did you do? I mean, besides not buy calls to hedge your covered calls. Last week W was Carvana. I wish I played options on it instead of just shares. Yeah, I missed the start of the Carvana run, but I got to short the top of it pretty hard, which was awesome. Netflix should buy Fubo. I don't really think it's in line with their model. I could see Amazon doing it, though. DV is an intelligent investor who understood market mechanics. People make him out to be a wizard. He was just in the right place at the right time and knew how to take advantage of the trade. Yep. I mean, I caught squeezes on Bobby, Upstart, and fucking Fubo, right? It's not that hard if you know how it works. It's not like it happens every day, but And Dole. Okay, Dole wasn't a squeeze. It just fucking got really popular after I bought into it. It was awesome when you bought this Fubo Leaps and then it squeezed the next day. It wasn't that awesome, but it was fun. Your husband, President Darth Dan, is awesome, but in hindsight, I wish you'd banned him when TFE asked the first time. That's what killed MOASS. Darth Dan's the real person behind DRS. 1 second. So if I didn't buy calls to hedge my 12-1 GME cover calls, any move to make now? You could wait until the run peaks and sell spreads. That might recoup some of your losses, or at least let you capture more of the upside. You can buy out of the money calls and capture any additional move to the upside, but we're above gamma max right now, so that's kind of risky. This is a sign of a healthy market when meme stocks are running and the 7 stocks that are propping the market up are all down 100 BPS. No. Get to 500 likes, you GME shills. I think they announced, GME announced the earnings date for the 6th already. Hmm. Options interest is pretty flat here. There's a little bit of put selling, but not a ton. Hmm. When SPX fail, it keeps going up in increments. ES still hasn't tested 78. It's still got like a few more dollars of room. Anytime you sell CCs in the money, you're taking the risk of assignment. So be aware of that. But I always found a lot of success selling CCs like 15% in the money to 20%. It wasn't the Duck that killed Moass. It was when you modded Carl. Noted, Bob. How you been, man? It's like a reunion. And now you've been timed out. Which is the most Carl of Carl things. What are the 3 data releases you think are most important in the US? Thanks for all you do. CPI. PCE and ISM. I think he's confusing you with one of the other Dan's, Trash. I started by puts on both GME and SPX to protect myself. I'm starting to develop hedgy tendencies. Good. Thank you, Connor, by the way. I think we have some data coming up here in a minute, right? We have Mester starts speaking at 1:45, and then we have the Fed beige book at 2. EU inflation in the morning. We have to be careful, Nans, because of earnings. Usually I would sell them, yeah, I would sell them into like the pre-OPEX period for the following month. But earnings makes that a little tricky this time. Master is usually a little more hawkish. We're a hive mind. I am the other Dan's. All right, well then. Your signal shouldn't be so mixed. I don't know who to blame. Straight up bucket shop, or is it basically like a dark pool? It's like your imaginary trading things in the overnight session. And then they settle all the trades the next day. It's kind of like CFDs. Any update on Palantir? I'm probably going to close my spreads and roll them. I just opened some 75 70-75 bear spreads. I liked those. Futures rejections picking up a little volume here. Upstart and GME are IV sensitive, huh? That's interesting. Nice, Joe. Yeah, profit is profit. Fucking A. Usually between the two runs, if we get two runs, there's a dip. And that's if you want to over leverage the upside, that's where you'd want to do it. Tesla dead? The failure to break back above 250 is not particularly bullish. It might not be in the best spot into the end of the week. Huh. You know, it's got some OPEX covering on it, so I'm going to kind of stay away from it, but maybe I'll look for an opportunity to short it into the end of the week or next week. I don't like it right now. Kind of just like playing with fire. Stupid fucking stop loss on it. '70 short calls are fighting so fucking hard. They're doing their thing. I think they're selling more. I think they're selling more calls at 70. Like this whole top, they've just been selling the fuck out of the 70 and 75, yeah. TLT is just ripping. Yep. 2 years down like almost 200 BPS today. Oh, they are? I'm just thinking to myself how that usually works out for them. Pretty well, right? Or maybe not end of day, but for now it does. Is it conceivable that GME can do that thing Upstart did in August where GM just keeps rising for multiple weeks? You mean short squeezing? No, I don't think so. GME's way too liquid for that. I don't think there's enough shorts. Super Stockers absolutely wrecked right now. What chances of a gap up overnight would you give GME? Historically, tomorrow is not a very bullish day. If we want to see more upside into the end of the week, we'd want to see this pull back to like 15 tomorrow, but hold 15. That would require the 800,000 super cultures to actually play options. Listen, this stream had what, like 1,800 people pretty regularly back in the day. A third of you learned how to play options. It's not easy to teach options to like a broad pop. Most people just don't have the capacity to learn that, right? It's hard, right? Like, it's not fucking easy. I get it. And if you don't know what you're doing, as you are all well aware, you can get fucked. Learned is a strong word. Well, survived, right? Which is impressive for new traders. Here we are, just beating all the studies. If you can survive long enough, you can get enough time to actually get good at it. Look at Ben. He went from degen YOLOing into bankrupt companies and after hours to degen YOLOing into oil contracts during the overnight session. Some of us didn't survive. Yeah, that's the way it goes, unfortunately. Ben is a hero to us all. Even Popcorn Trader makes money sometimes now, despite the constant complaining. I appreciate this channel because it reminds me of my father telling me all the things I'm not good at. Fuck you, you made money today. The last few weeks have been iffy. The last few weeks have been flat. Potato, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Can we see 4560 now? I hope so. Yeah, I hope this just keeps breaking down. We got a decent rejection here. And gifted memberships, you UVXY shill. I overtraded the flat. Iron Condors have been really good for the last few days. Is anybody up like 400% on a 1 week butterfly yet? Can we get the 1269 song for old time's sake? It is 1269. Let me see if I can find it. I hate how much I'm going to lose on my Jimmy Casas, but I'll never regret this stream and what it teaches me. I'll make it back and then some. You're going to hate it even more if you sell it like 17 and then Jamie rips to 25 after earnings. Don't worry, I will too. But That's life. You can always buy it back at 12 in the future. We demand MOASS. Oh, whatever. Does ComputerShare do its batch buy tomorrow? Possibly. I can't remember if it's tomorrow on the 1st. It's the 15th and 30th, right? How much would you say your knowledge of the market has increased over the last few years? A bit here and there. I mean, I'm always trying to learn more, right? The market's so expansive that you could never run out of things to learn. So, I mean, and for me, that's really enjoyable. So, I would say a good amount. Um, I've built on a lot of things that I already knew, um, by understanding them more. You know, I mean, previously there were a lot of things that we've researched and looked into that I knew about, but like never had to dig deep on, right? And so, um, I've learned a lot more about the intricacies, and that's been advantageous. I've been able to turn that into profitability, so I think it was worthwhile. I'm confidentially calling it. This morning was the top, at least until PCE comes in at 0. Well, the end of today is going to be all positioning for PCE, right? So be aware of that. Saying there could be a little pressure on yesterday's T2. Yeah, there could be. T2 from yesterday is not so important, though. 15 was the big level, so T2 from today is going to should be more important than T2 from yesterday. Given the DRS numbers went down last quarter, wouldn't ComputerShare be doing their monthly selling soon? Awkward. I don't think they batch sell orders, but I'm not sure. There's been selling, right? Like there's been a decent amount of retail selling. This is part of the reason that like we were able to stay so illiquid for so long, but still not as much as you'd think. 1 second. Is MOASS this January? No. Jimmy and Squart doing negative beta things. Yeah, I think their positions are becoming volatility exposed as they cover more, right? And so we're seeing correlation pick up with VIX. Do you see this bouncing, or do you think we make a new low? I don't know if we make a new low, but make a similar low. I don't think a drop back to 60 is unreasonable. And then, you know, depending on momentum, we could lose 60. So is the real MOASS VIX 1289? What day of the run do we normally hit the 10 to 15% over GM? The second period. So not the first T+2, but the second, like T3 period. That's usually when we break, but we've already broken Gamma Max. And we're getting fairly close to Gamma Max plus 10%. RC tweeting overpaid execs got me excited for a future book detailing all the ways they failed to turn the company around when handed a golden opportunity. Jimmy could have been anything. That's my problem, right? He had the ability to turn GME into whatever fucking company he could possibly imagine, and he would have gotten all the financing in the world at fucking 2% to do it, right? And instead they did fucking nothing and jerked off over an NFT marketplace for 9 months, which ultimately was worthless. Rates were down, Brinky. Rates will probably never be that low for the next decade. I'm down 511% on covered calls. What do? Accept assignment? You could buy out of the money calls, but it's risky, and you'll still lose on the spread, though. It's I, Darth Dan, creator of DRS, anti-GME shill, moderator of Superstock, and creator of Shorts, the ultimate anti-RC plant who destroyed the apes. Oh, shut up. He's waiting for rates to hit the top. He'll get more loans then. Don't forget the FTX gift cards. Those didn't last long. So somebody in the money calls for December 15th and buy at a higher strike. You could scale back some of your calls and take some profits off of the table to ensure that if it turns around, you minimize your losses. Rolling up and out is usually a very, very dangerous prospect on GameStop. Not that it doesn't always pay out. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does not. No, I think Jimmy is fine. Continuation time? What, for the drop on SPX? It's not picking up a lot of momentum, which I'm not a big fan of. We'll see. It's really a question of how hard they're going to defend VIX 13 again. 39 million volume so far today. How much more do you think is in store? I'd like to see a lot more, but it's a good start. Has Jimmy halted at all this year? I think it had one. Maybe it didn't. No, because most of the runs were like overnight. I might have had one this year. No, 17 is not really a significant level. There's just not a lot of options in between 15 and 20. Did I get his free Xanax if SPX closes gray today? Back down for Jimmy post earnings? Might drop before earnings. If they're covering everything now, there's not. They'll just short it into earnings, right? How much covering did you expect to see this time around, and how much do you think has been completed? Quite a lot, and maybe half of it so far. The tips haven't even crossed yet, so liquidity is actually still pretty tight. Although we could be entering an era where the tips don't cross anymore because there's simply not enough options interest to drive that extra edge. BCS plus for GME and earnings gonna be a pickles picks? No, probably not. You think songs software sales will drag it up? They don't make a lot of profit on those, so no. The margins on software sales are really slim. Do you think profitability would change the outlook on GME post earnings, or is this pre earnings run the insurance for shorts? Yeah, I mean the shorts are getting out now because there's probably. I mean, if, I would imagine that they did their analysis correctly and determined that there's a potential for GME to beat on EPS. And so yeah, I mean if you think it's going to beat on EPS, then you can just short after earnings. Earnings is on the 6th. Are you proud of me? I'm silver 1 in TFT now. Well done, Darth. Hopefully RC has something planned to combat the shorting post numbers. I don't think RC's ever planned anything. Sorry I'm late to MOASS stream. How much do you guys want to bet that I still don't find my way out of this trade? Did you get that options approval yet, Pigeon Teeth? Upstart still looks okay. Yeah, it seems fine. They got the bounce. Oh, it doesn't mean anything though. I don't think the bounce is particularly bullish. Yeah. Just trying to retest that 70 level again. We'll probably sell more calls. Can you tell everyone that the top is officially in and now we're going back to 4,400? No, because that's not true. GME to 14 by end of week? No. GME can run into the end of the week. 2 to 3 years ago, you'd mentioned that you were holding GME for 5 years for a recovery. Is that thesis still there, or has it been checked out like RC's management style? Unfortunately, RC decided not to pursue e-commerce as an avenue for growth, and so yeah, I'm not gonna hold the stock for 5 years. If he'd pursued e-commerce, yeah, I would have given him a shot. I took 800% profit this morning on 14C weeklies, left an additional 800% on the table. I'm nervous of a rug pull this morning. What can I do in the future to keep more money on the table? You don't want to do that. That increases your risk, and that would be stupid, right? Mark Girk's words, not particular. Listen, actual Dan, did you sell your fucking puts when we dropped earlier or not? The Yahoo options chain on Jimmy is building like a madman. What gives? December 1st, $30, 38,000 volume. They're $5. That doesn't mean they're gonna go in the money. They're probably just being sold. Is there a way to turn WeBull gaps on for mobile? I don't know, but there should be. See the gap 4 minutes ago? Yep, that's the one that jumped over my bear pit stop. Ah, I see. I think it'll be okay. I'd recommend sticking to a specific risk percentage. It throws those emotions right out the window. You can't be a part of the market if you always think of what ifs. Yeah. All of you are underwater on GME because of what ifs. Jimmy looking for more ups over the next 3 to 5 days, or will we see it fall here? If it can hold 15 through tomorrow, then yeah, it could go up more in the end of the week. Thanks, Curtis 50 Cent Wilson. I haven't sold 2 contracts at market close yesterday for 80% profit. Could have been 800% this morning. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah. I took profits on like what was it, 1250 calls before the end of the day yesterday, but it paid for the rest of my position, right? So absolutely fucking worth it. Now I'm underwater on Jimmy because I'm a bad trader. Yeah, we all thought we'd get 1 million a share. No, I never really thought that was gonna happen. I did kind of hope that we would hit 1,000 at some point, though. Jimmy's a constant reminder of how I failed to make actually life-changing money. I watched my 20k port go to 200k and back to 20k. Yep. Made some poor trades this morning, but I made some of it back and learned a lesson that wasn't too expensive. Nice. I don't think it can close above 17 today. It's unlikely. Excuse me, sir, I'm underwater on GME because I was told it was a good hedge for a market crash. A market crash that you've guaranteed on at least 4 occasions. I've never guaranteed a market crash, ever. Any given day, there's like a 0.0001% chance that the market crashes. 1,000's crazy. What's your PT now? 10 to 15% above 1647. I think Newegg's got a lot of weird shit going on, and I would stay the fuck away from it personally. I know it's picking up some popularity. It's had some interesting price action in the past, but all of its ownership is like divided up offshores. It's kind of like oh, what was the Chinese money laundering stock they kept running with GME last year? HKD. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So Newegg's kind of like that. Best bull trap. This is why I wasn't worried about Dave's puts. If I were here to play roulette every single time I bought an SPX put, what's the probability that there would be a market crash when I got a red 8 times in a row? The same. Let's say you're CEO of Jimmy. Where would you shift the company's direction? I would focus on building out um local e-commerce. Try to utilize the stores as distribution centers for online orders. Um, that way you could eliminate the amount of warehousing space that you need to purchase, and I would increase the intake of used electronics, cell phones, tablets, but also like video cards, gaming PCs. I would train some members of staff probably to handle the intake on those and do the bench testing. And then we could like set up like a refurbishment center somewhere. Anything that needs refurb, you can refurb, then turn around and sell those items at a significant discount to market price, but a huge markup to purchase price. Would you please focus on making the website usable? Yeah, that would probably be an important asset. The hood, I gave him a smirk and screamed, "This ought to crash the market." He said, "Nope, just another Tuesday in the city." I spent my Thanksgiving in the can. 0 out of 10. Don't recommend. Somebody interviewed for Furlong's position? No. That sounds like more than minimum wage jobs. Well, you train the management, right? They're already getting more money to do nothing all day. Speaking of HKD, the price spiked above $6 this week and is now back to $4.65. As one of the top 50,000 shareholders, I elected Gork as a board member. Write-in campaign starting when? Board member wouldn't be enough power. I would hire a Middle Western consumer sentiment rep to stand outside the store in Manhattan, call anyone that doesn't buy something a shill. You missed the beginning of the story? Well, I'm not going to go find it. I lost a little money trying to profit of that piddly little bounce. I rolled my TQQQ put to Jan. Oh, so now you're buying fucking TQQQ puts. I see how it is. There's a lot of roadblocks to repair. ICs and components are hard to get. Schematics even harder. Supply chain would be a nightmare. Still worth it. If you can buy, think about this. You can buy Nvidia fucking 260s and 380s off of people at 150 bucks on an upgrade to a 4 series, right? So you're gonna get the money for the 4 series, and then you're gonna get a video card that's probably sellable for like 500 bucks for like $150. Now extrapolate that, right? You can even work out agreements with the companies for refurbishment, right? Like you can work with like EVGA and MSI and stuff like that, and just send them the models, and they send you refurbished ones, and then they refurbish the ones that they get. And any companies you can't, you can refurbish them yourselves. But I don't think the supply chain would be an issue. No, I don't do estimates for PCE. It's probably going to be 0.1 or 0.2. And a recession refurb would do very well. Yep. And then also you're going to sell insurance against all of those refurbished items. What's up, Dork? When red candle? I don't know. Maybe here after this after this test. Forecast on PCE is 0.3. Hmm. Do you think PC is worth straddling? Yeah, probably. The proximity of it to JPow's speech on Friday might kind of mute any price action, but if it's bad or good enough, it could be super bearish or bullish. Especially like super core. Is top back? I don't know. I haven't looked at it for a couple days. Ooh, yeah, top's running. Looks like it hasn't hit $2 though, but it's moving a little bit. Let me check something on it. No, top may be starting to run. Yeah. Fuck. Hmm. Hold on, give me a second. Hmm. Is there a chance for a pullback on GME tomorrow? Yeah. Historically, that's the best chance for one. It doesn't always pull back a lot, but usually. Can I get a bunch of metal today? Safety Squint seems to be working so far. I'll let you know when I'm qualified to apply for a quad ship. You should really get some goggles, man. Mester's been a little more hawkish lately. Robinhood added UVXY to their 24-hour market. Full bull or full bear? I don't think it'll matter much. How much money have you made in total trading GME? A very decent amount. Send you a DM. That's a Head and Shoulders dork. I don't know where you've drawn that other line that I hate, but it's there. Uh yeah, it doesn't look good. I think Greg said he made like at least 20 bucks on GME. Yeah, that's probably about right. Definitely at least 20. Spomps, I already own a pair of fingerless gloves, man. I haven't made $1 billion on GME. I haven't made. Need some keyboard gloves. It's true. My hands would move so much faster between trades. I want to go to the gym today, but Jimmy's got me glued to the screen. I hope it gets more exciting with Cenas. USD JPY did a little thingy. Ooh, interesting. I want to buy a smart toaster because it's preposterous and I need that. Oh, dude, have you seen that countertop steam oven? Share what line? Countertop steam oven has been added to my repository. Gherkin DMs, can I be a quant yet? Wait, is that... That's the wrong kind of Head and Shoulders trash. My Bosch oven has a steam setting. Well, mine doesn't. I need a countertop steam oven. If I wanted something hot and moist on my counter, I would just call Carl's mom. You know, Carl timed you out for that, I think. Shit, I'm over here about to downgrade to an open hearth and a clay fire pit. What are you talking about? I correctly identified it. There's no good buying point for UVXY. The fund might blow up if vol squeezes. Stop trying to go long on it. Why does nobody listen? I was watching on mute during a call and I thought Google had somehow bypassed uBlock with an ad for Head and Shoulders. Oh, are the ads better today? Or are they worse? Has anybody been getting ads? No? Interesting. No, I got a better ad blocker. Even on my work PC. Interesting. That's so fucking weird. I didn't change anything, but I didn't see anybody complaining about it, so I was curious. I have more GME puts. Am I regarded? Yes, you're overpaying for them. I got one today versus like 5 yesterday. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't change anything on the settings today, so I was just wondering like why nobody was bitching about them all day. You guys were bitching about them hard yesterday. Why is there such a struggle here? Like, what's the... Are they just trying to get out of the rest of their, like, 70 calls? There aren't even that many of them left. No, they're not. They're not really... They're selling some calls. Like, over the last, like, 30 minutes, it's been, like, net selling. There's some put buying at 65, too. This week's gonna dump, or are we gonna trade flat into close? I think both of those are really real possibilities. Jimmy calls printing probably muted the ad complaining. Hmm. I'm just trying to manage this GME run with CCs because of earnings. Do you have any advice? So usually what I would do is I would sell a portion expiring this week, except you can't because Friday's T2, right? Generally what I would do is I would probably try to sell like at the money calls and then just buy them back on a drop, right? Like just scalp the drop with delta on the sold calls. That's what I've done in like going into prior earnings, right? Or I've split it up and like if I had a full week and Friday was going to be after, you know, the T+2, then I would sell calls for Friday, close those, sell calls into earnings, and then like the second part of the position I would try to scalp the downside. A few times this year though, earnings have just been on the T+2 day, so you couldn't really sell calls at all into it. You had to sell them after. You check out Real. That's my favorite online pawn shop. This is obviously an attempt at trolling. The Real Real? This is a this is a company? What do they do? Oh, you buy consigned luxury goods? There's nothing I love more than buying rich people's old shit. Margins are moving up. People are looking for deals. Interesting. I'm not going to examine them too closely, but it is interesting. If Tup busts through 2, where will it bust to? How would you feel about 250? I don't know, man. Tup's actually shorted like fucking crazy right now. Could be interesting. See, I'm not always trolling. Sometimes I'm serious. I mean, it's something I might look into later when I have some time. I kind of don't trust any of this. We got memers memeing. Yeah. Yeah, it's usually not a good sign, right? Can you take a peek at GDOT? They provide banking as a service for underbanked people. What the fuck is an underbanked person? Do they have a lot of competition in that space? I'm pretty sure SoFi will fucking give anybody a bank account. Actual poor? There's like a million online banks, though. Some serious fucking problems with their margins. Hmm. Their last earnings was really bad. There could be some potential in the future. Revenues aren't terrible. Cash flows have been suffering a bit recently, but historically they've been okay. Debt's a problem. Yeah, they got a bit of a debt problem, and I would look into the maturity on that debt. Because it looks like they might be having like 1 billion or 2.5 billion due kind of soon. Refinancing could hurt. Yeah, CrowdStrike's ripping. Let's wait on those. I think we still got another 20 minutes of chop or so. 20, 30 minutes of chop. I actually convinced my company CEO to go long yen in a fairly substantial way. Sometimes, though, I feel like my CEO is in here. Maybe. I have some more TA for you. This is one you might actually like. Okay, I do. I actually love that. Yeah, but I am aware. When do you think they leverage back up? Oh, Turd sent me. What's this? Yeah, I know Turd. No, Carl, that's not an inverse head and shoulders. Everyone stop sending me fucking pictures of shampoo bottles, alright? Yeah, I entered the Berk play this morning. Brook A doesn't have options. Does Fidelity have a place to place orders that have a stop limit in it? Stop built in. I think they do. Maybe on Active Trader. I don't know if they have it on like the desktop thing or the mobile app, but maybe on Active Trader. I'm like 90% sure they do. I know Fidelity has conditional orders. I think JPA's happy the market is ripping. When he was doing the... I think he's not going to be happy that financial conditions are loosening. What's the TP on top you're looking for? I'm not really sure. It just looks very overshorted. Theoretically, it could stay this way for a long time, but it's getting quite a bit of covering today. And that's exciting. Man, is it heavily shorted. Yeah, dork. You want to see some crazy shit, man? Jimmy Downs tomorrow followed by more VUPs Friday, Monday for T2. As long as we don't drop below 15 tomorrow. I want to stay above 15 into Friday's expiration. Yeah, I have some top exposure. How's Apple looking into the end of the week? Kind of boring, which is why I sold calls on it. Distributive, but it hasn't broken down enough for me to wanna actually take a short position. You like fun things? Here. Hold on. What do you think about that? This is on the daily, not the 4 hour. Yeah, it is. That's got more fucking gas than it had back in June or July. Man, they shorted the ever-loving fuck out of this to keep it from short squeezing. Every time a chart looks like this, I feel like the market's about to fucking crash. Yeah. They have to crash the market to pay us, right? The best time to buy an option is when Gherk did. The second best time is now. Charlie Munger, RIP. Baba still carries a lot of risk. China's made some moves recently to be a little bit more diplomatic, but political tensions are still very high, and they'll probably only get worse. The most I can tell you, Tyler Soto, is that it's a way of looking at primary and secondary market liquidity for an underlying asset. I just want to see the market dump, but it won't stop bouncing. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. It's the pickle mustard relish chart. It's ketchup mustard relish. Damn it, Gark. What is it, Dork? Oh. Now you got it. I feel like Airbnb is going to fail this next test of 126. Or should fail risk so I don't have to fucking roll my position out. I've been on the phone with IT for an hour and a half and haven't been able to trade. I'm about to die of boredom. I'm sorry to hear that, Potato Tom. An hour and a half more and you'll be halfway to solving your problem. I didn't say 10 minutes of chop. I said 20 to 30 minutes. Well, I guess there's 10 minutes left of the 20 minutes. What happens after that? Big ups or big downs? Just something. Could theoretically be a little bit of both. Looks like downs. I'm gonna lean towards down. But you have risk at? It's on the chart in Pickles Picks. It's like last week. Unfortunately, it's just traded at that fucking price. Forever. I have a 45.60 put that I got for $2.06. It's a small premium, but I don't want to lose all of it. Where do you cut in situations where we flat gang like this? As soon as possible, usually. We're getting some call buying at 70. Pretty decent chunk of put selling here. I still think they're trying to bail out the 70 call. This has really not been a successful endeavor. I hate this bear flag shit, dork. I hate it so much. Win liquidity. Again. I miss it. Are my $10 CC safe? Did you just sell them? They got me, Greg. I bet it on the downside. Take your shirt off so I can feel something. Jealousy, anger, shame, sadness. Bips. When Upstart doing uppies? It's trying to. It's recovering a little. And I really want Tup to smash through. Smash through $4. How do I not have Tup on my favorites list? Added, bud. Hmm. Do you mention a possible T5 bump on GME? What's that for? That could be for anything not cash settled. It can also be the carryover from the market maker's hedge created due to covering on the T+2 period. The infamous OPEX double top. Why are the primary markets gaining liquidity? I'm curious. Are the tips anywhere near touching for GME? No. I mean, they're closer than they were earlier, but they still haven't touched. What does tip touching mean? Breakout. You think they're going to break to the upside with the stability? I don't think they're buying enough options to do that. This isn't breakout? I mean, no. I don't even know if we have Greeks for top. We shouldn't. It's like a $2 stack. Yeah, we don't. I can kind of tell you where Gamma Max is. Give me a second. Gamma Max is probably like 220. Roughly. I guess we could run it. Gherk's publicist, thank you so much, man. Guys, welcome to Cornishon. Enjoy your billionaire discount. Oh, for ye OI time's sake, would you check the Wizard's crystal ball indicator? For what? What's your favorite Greek word to say out loud? Tzatziki? I like the way it feels on the tongue. My second favorite Greek word isn't even real. It's opexides, which is the pluralization of opex. Well, the Greek pluralization of opex, or like opexi, which would be Latin, or opexes for English, but opexides. Read my last comment. Every Monday, would you rather know exactly where SPX is going to close on Friday, or know the total range it will trade until Friday at close, but not what prices will be reached? Exactly where it would close. It's way more valuable, I think. Opectopodes? No. Opextopodes? I would prefer Opexucles. You can't make a plural of a fictitious concept. How dare you? I just got back. My 14Cs are up like 2,800%. What did I miss? You missed the part where they went up 2,800%. OPEXI would be the Latin. I already covered that. Opexities, like convexities, is the one. Yeah, exactly. Are you straddling SPX end of day? Pretty much always, yeah. You don't even need to ask. It's the question could be, are you not straddling OPEX? And then there might actually be a well, no, the answer for that'll be the same always too. Where's Sanjeet? He would have loved this. What's up, Paul Mall? I'm facing a trying times. My ex-wife is trying to sue me for spousal support. Wish me luck. Is it because you sold the house? A Pexopotamus? Ooh. Now, we already have rug pullopotamus. Who could really do with some showing up today. My favorite Greek word is malaka. That just means like jerk off. I had a friend who was Greek, and he would call girls like I don't think it's actually Greek, but he would call girls was it like Gukla Mutra, which is like doll face. It was cringy. But it worked for him. I have a bladder condition called malakoplakia. It's pretty gross. That sounds nasty. You learn these words while battling the Greeks. Kukla. Yeah, Kukla Mutra. Long time, Gherk. What's up, Kanishk? Nice to see you smiling and going strong. Checking to see if Jimmy is still a play, or we just sell CCs on the bags we hold. It's got some room to move up. It might pull back tomorrow. There might be an entry opportunity to catch the second half of the run, provided there is a second half of the run and we don't lose 15 tomorrow. CCs are always an option. But remember, we have earnings coming up, so careful with that. I like to tell women that they have the backside of a centaur. They don't get it, but it's definitely a compliment. Keep talking Greek. It does it for me. I'm on edge about holding my call overnight in case I miss out on an overnight run like last night. Thoughts? Money in your pocket. Versus money at risk. Anytime I call girls Oompa Loompa, you're trying to write Oompa Loompas, it doesn't go well. Yeah, probably not. Unless they're in fact an Oompa Loompa. But you have to go deep into the Jersey Shore to find those. Can we move 10% down? On what? Settled cash in the port is worth 12 in the red. Yeah. Or Poughkeepsie. Ew. I don't go to the Midwest. I live in Jersey, so it applies. Okay, that's fair. What would you do if you had no GME exposure? Buy today for a possible overnight run? No, because that's stupid. Buy tomorrow if we aren't below 15 by close. Bingo. Isn't Poughkeepsie just north of New York City? But it's also in the Midwest. Anything outside the island is the Midwest? No, no. Connecticut and Vermont, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts are New England. A Ascotopotamus is very cute. That'd be like a hippopotamus wearing an ascot. Didn't Disney do that at one point? I feel like Wendy's has a flavor and you can put it in a potato chip. Same goes for the other toilet destroyers. Oh, squamps. It's been like half an hour, so time for the SVX to dump like the stock god predicted. Whoa, hold on. We've still got 2 more minutes. Fucking relax. Long time watcher, first time messenger. Have you ever kissed a woman with a mustache? I don't know why you do this to yourself, Rims and Tims. You gotta let it go, man. Dude, Wendy's makes me go number 5. When top MOASS? Oh, probably never, right? I bought calls on it, so the run should be over. Grunk. What's up? Oh shit. Dude, Gamma Max on top is 189. Hmm. Looks like it. Ooh, dork. Top doesn't have earnings today. Top just always has earnings tomorrow. I'm not kidding. TradingView literally puts its earnings as being tomorrow every single day. Cobra, thank you so much, man.
Order filled.
Oh, fuck. Hey, I hit my trigger on my futes. Hold on, I gotta sell this shit. Hey, was that right on time? That was at 3:30, right? God, I'm good. Or 2:30. I can usually pull this all the way back to 2. Not really a risk, right? Uh, do Jimmy has any more pump left today? It might. Let's see if VIX picks up a little and what happens to GME and Upstart. Jesus fucking Christ. No, you can't. You know damn well you can't. God, man, all that collateral at Bank of Japan is getting fucking crushed right now. Yeah, think about that. Oh, God, I love being so good at this. If you'd asked me what I wanted to be when I was 5 years old, that's right. No, no, unfortunately not taking off Friday. Although, way more fun than trading by myself. Imagine I'm just sitting here by myself and I'm like, market's gonna drop at 2:30, but no one's there to hear it. Did the bear shit in the woods? I don't know. God, I am on fire right now. I need to take a break. If you take your shirt off when no one was watching, did you really take your shirt off? No. Actually, Grim too. Ha! You can't stop me. I'm the gingerbread man. Oh, they stopped me. All right. Well, that was fun. Oh. God damn it, Upstart, you fucking piece of shit. Check DM. Ooh, nice. How much more down? I don't know. Should we expect an overnight drop on GME? Not necessarily, but we could get one. See that, Apes? Come back to Pi-Fi after you lose your GME gains next week. You can make it back with Gherk. That's kind of fun. Now, come on, VIX is almost at 13. Don't get too excited about the downside. Dork. You know better. I know GM was 1647 this morning. You think it bumps tomorrow with a chance to get to 18 or so? I've been gone all day. Sorry if you covered. So it depends on how many of the short calls at 15 close. If a lot of the short calls at 15 have closed, then Gamma Max might move up. It also depends on out of the money call buying today. I want to sell 15 CCs, looking for an entry. You're going to get a sign unless you put a lot of theta on them, probably, because we do have earnings coming up, don't forget. Break below 55 or bounce back to 65 by end of day. I could see us closing between 60 and 65. My biggest concern here, because don't forget PCE's tomorrow morning, so there's going to be repositioning into the end of the day here. If we break down to 50, it's less likely we see the upside of 60 again. But right now we haven't broken down enough, and they're already starting to short the VIX breakout of 13. So we'll probably start to stabilize here a little bit. Not that we can't go down further, we could, but let's see where this stabilization shakes out. Viewership is up by 75%. Is it? I don't think so. We got like 200 more people than normal. GME is running, right? So that's bound to happen. The bots came out in droves because GME went up. If you only had shares at 13, would you just slap the sell button here or hold? I'd probably sell in the money recovery calls. If I was, I mean, I'd sell what I could. For me, it's a liquidity issue. But if I had like 1,000 shares or 2,000 shares, I would definitely sell in the money covered calls. If you couldn't sell CCs, oh, Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd close here, but I'd definitely trim some fat. I've been really busy with work of late, but don't worry, you're still immensely rugged as fuck. Cheers, man. Thanks, Baradactyl. Please make an announcement to like the stream. It really helps. You deserve more viewers, etc., even though you don't want them. I'm just here hate watching. Thanks, turd. Keeping it real. How far in the money, CCs? I'm not going to tell you. I don't want you fucking stealing my liquidity and blowing out the spreads. Say something nice to get the 200 super stonk people. Perhaps how many shares you've DRS'd on their sage advice? Fucking zero. How much theta provides some safety against assignment when selling in the money cover calls? So generally, I don't think I've ever been assigned on like 30 DTE. I have been assigned on like 14 though. So somewhere in there, you know, obviously the more theta you sell, the less likely you're gonna see you're gonna face assignment. But remember that when you sell in the money cover calls, you're selling delta, right? So frequently when I sell in the money cover calls, I don't wait for them to get all the way out of the money again, right? I just buy them back after the delta on the position has come down, right? And then I keep the profit, right? Because I got that initial credit for selling all that delta, and delta's, you know, the thing that you're really trading there. So it's kind of like a credit put, right? Bot here. thanks for joining, man. Can you explain the reason of selling in the money CCs versus selling shares straight up? Well, because if you sell it in the money CC, right? So say you buy GME at $12, right? It runs to 17. You sell a $12 CC, and GME falls back to 11.93 by expiry, right? You've made $5 credit per share of GME, and you still have all of your shares, right? So, you know, over the longer run, as far as taxes are concerned, you've not sold any actual shares. Like, you'll get taxed on this as income, this $5, but your long-term holdings are completely unaffected. So that's part of the reason. The other reason is, you know, when it hits $12, you can then sell like $13 CCs, right? And, you know, while it trades flat or, you know, down. And so you can keep yielding on that same asset. Now, yeah, you could just sell the shares, right? But, you know, it's not as advantageous for long-term holdings. Now, if you have no intention of keeping the holdings long term and you want to pay the full capital gains tax, then yeah, you could just sell them. Or if you've already held them for, you know, over a year. I've been assigned on $2 in the money upstart CCs 40 days out. I mean, that's just awesome, right? Like, you sold all that theta and you got assigned right away. That's like a huge win. Was that when it was squeezing? What's up, Blueberry Batman? Bought some GME calls. Small port went up 350% today. Fucking awesome, dude. I always pay full capital gains tax plus 20% extra as a tip. Make sure you tip your IRS agent, guys. You can milk a cow forever, but only sell tickets for people to watch it get butchered once, as the saying goes. Yeah. Signed the very next day after selling. I couldn't believe it. It was awesome. I got assigned on a few in the money cover calls on Upstart that were, like 45 days out, but it was squeezing. And they were deeper in the money. They were really deep in the money cuz I was just selling my shares basically. But most of the CCs I sold were like 7 days, and yeah, I got assigned on those right away. Could JPY 2-year auction have any effect? Yeah, some, yeah. It's not unimportant. It'll definitely give some insight into how the market's perceiving the possible actions of Bank of Japan. Although I think the 40-year already did that. Thanks for buying so much for the advice for buying GME calls as a hedge for my underwater spy puts. It's worked out great. Oh boy. I did a bit of digging 2022 November 18 XRT off reg show, followed by a dump 10 trading days after on December 5th. GME earnings were on 12.7. I'll play a dump T10, which lands on earnings 12.6.23. Okay. Japan doesn't whiff the carry trade. They enable it. They're the beneficiary of it collapsing. They get a margin call everybody. That's amazing. I have a synthetic longs on GME, 12.50 for Jan. Is it cheaper to close the sold put legs now or wait for a price drop but lower IV? It's probably cheaper to close the sold put legs now. I mean, you could wait for IV crush, but you'd lose a lot of your call side profitability. There's an odd chance by doing derivatives, leaving you in the dust on a good play, and you have to sit there forever watching what you missed out on. Good Apple story comes to mind. Whatever. I mean, you're not going to make money doing this if you're constantly worried about what could have been. You make a decision, you stick to it, and then you move on to the next opportunity. And there's always a next opportunity. How did you know the market was going to drop at 2:30? Magic. Are you saying that the pump is always out there? Yep. It lives in the wind, Grim 2. Pooping's pretty cool. Maybe I'll get a bidet for Christmas. Oh my god, dude. It'll change your life. Hold on. Dork, have you been saying bearish things in my absence? Bear song at 40? Are you gonna bounce at 40? It's J-Roll on the phone asking what Jimmy is gonna do next. Don't worry, he's watching. Otherwise he wouldn't know. I don't like the reversion back to Gamma Max into close. I'm gonna take some profits. Boop, boop, boop. I could always buy more. Hmm. Spreads. There's really no IV crush though. Hmm. Maybe I'll just wait. Oh, these I want to close. That's right. Those I don't give a shit about. Okay. Those aren't really moving much. Jimmy looks like profit taking. My dude, thanks for the awesome trading day. Close out Jimmy calls right before the drop. So let's end the money CCs at the same time. Have some calls out just in case the run continues. Nice. Is shorting Jimmy before CNIS? Maybe. We'll see where it bounces. But mean reversion before back to Gamma Max isn't unexpected.
That's kind of the beauty of debit spreads on GME is that um, if you can get them cheap enough, they're really not very affected by rapid price movements like this, and they're also not as affected by like IV crush and theta. Yeah, IV's way up. Yeah, and this drop isn't really crushing IV very much, so I'm not super worried about it. Let's do the bull sawing if this reverses, though. Okay, I'll think about it. How far out would you sell in the money CCs? I'm not sure that I would until earnings. Let's do some type of song. It's getting stale in here. I love what you do, Pickle Man. Well, we're not really in a place for songs. If this bear flag fails again, maybe. But it could take 3 hours like the last one. We just need more songs for more occasions. Hold on. We're almost at, I'll play the Cenas song when Cenas comes up. 16 resistance? You mean support? Maybe. Munger dies, making Jimmy go burr. Imagine what's going to happen when Buffett dies. Jan 2021 all over again. That's the secret. They're both just short GME. Oh, fine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Was the liquidation of the meme ETF have anything to do with these memes popping off at different times? So there's a small possibility that that's the case. Although their holdings were not substantial. Ooh, gross. I'm out. I just wanted to say hello and make sure all these pores still know what's up. What's up, BMG? Am I learning? I didn't FOMO into Jimmy. I didn't even care. I just kept playing SPX. I don't know. I made a decent amount of money on GME. I think it was a good setup. But if that's like an addiction trigger that you need to avoid, well done. Where are they getting all this GME liquidity to short? I mean, they've been covering for 2 days. You'd think they'd have some access to some shares. Takatsubo DD gonna make the pickle jar rich? Maybe. I didn't play Jimmy. When did you tell us this was a play? You write about it in the daily all the time. No, Jimmy's never a pickles pick. It's always public. You literally said yesterday, it looks like it's gonna run for up to 4 days. This isn't that bad of a pullback, actually. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow. Talk about a bad day to be out of trades. I'm just watching my call bleed thousands. I think sometimes you just take the hit, right? If it's that much money, I mean, just open another brokerage account. Still an upstart, yeah. Take the violation and switch to a cash account tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, it only takes like a day or two to get a new brokerage. They're supposed to be connected, but brokers never report it because they don't care. What are your thoughts on the 15th December equity swap expiry? Probably nothing. Dude, I found those swaps back in the day. The fucking like 999 quadrillion ones. Those aren't fucking real, right? Like, that's just like a bullshit artifact in the CFTC data. Jimmy's stabilizing at 16, super bullish, yeah. And fucking like I published that shit. Like actually Zinco found it, if I remember. Way the fuck back when. There's a bunch of those. There's like one on Apple for like that much money too. But it's just they're just not disclosing the actual data of the swap. I think it's because like the swap has infinite loss potential. And that's like as high as the number goes in the system. Look at this guy giving credit where credit is due. Worst shill ever. Yeah, I almost forgot that he was the one who first found those. But yeah, I don't think there's anything substantial to them. I mean, the 15th is just a leap expiry. It's a huge expiration. So we'll look at a PBR. Do you have any concerns about being a nationalized company? No, that's actually one of the reasons I'm bullish on it. So when I first bought PBR, everyone was afraid that the new like left-wing government in Brazil was going to come in and you know, hit them with sanctions and drive their dividend down. And I bought it because the Brazilian government owns a significant chunk of PBR, and they're not going to do anything against their interest in hurting that dividend, and they haven't, right? And so PBR has gone up quite a lot since then. That's like one of my better performing dividend stocks. Yeah, no problem, Sharma. It's a little overpriced right now, I think, but that really depends on how you feel about oil over the next like year, right? I think oil's gonna go down pretty substantially as global demand drops off. The problem with PBR is Lula initially made statements that one of his agenda items is to restrict ownership to Brazilian citizens only. Yeah, he didn't do that at all. Campaign promises and actual actions are two really different things. IBKR will let you open as many accounts as you want. You could literally open 5 a week and just keep transferring your capital around, avoiding PDT and GFE. Yeah, you could. I'm wearing a PBR tank. It's the uniform of my people. That's not shady at all. I mean, I've heard worse. You know what is shady, Dork? Selling box spreads on Robinhood and then getting blown up and deleting the app. I mean, if you have a $20,000 account and they let you lose $250,000, whose fault is that really? I mean, that's the bank's problem, right? This is the part of this. I think this is the part of the story where Jamie falls back below Gamma Max into close. Everyone sells their shit because too many red candles. And then it runs Thursday, Friday. And they're like, oh my God, I sold my calls so early. Although it could be the first one too. You never know. That's why you take profits along the way. If you're in debt $2,000, it's your problem. If you're in debt $2 million, it's the bank's problem. Hey, Gaff, when are the banks all gonna blow up? Do you have any insights that you can share? From your position as head shill? They've already blown up. You don't know how right you might be with that statement. NDAs are someone's friend. You bastard. You know what? Forget that, Gaff. How do you feel about an S&P 500 10-year buy and hold at these prices? Sorry, I didn't ask the question the right way the first time. My 20C were up 250%, and the 18 up like 800% before selling. Thanks for the education, Pickle Homie. Oh my fuck, did you just time him out? God damn you, Carl. He has 3 accounts. It's fine. It's true. Carl has too much. Oh, it's gone. T, I can assure you that's not an actual problem. Bear song at 40. Why did we talk about risk management last night? I should have full ported 2D poots. No, you shouldn't have. Because you needed a stern lecturing. You probably would have full... If it's any consolation call, you probably would have full ported 2D poots here. And then stopped out of them here. And then you would have watched this happen anyway. And then you would have been like, but I lost all my money. Repeat after me, Carl. I am sell side only. Carl's going through Noob Trader. Trading intern courses. No offense, Kirk, but can Jen do the stern lecturing? You're not going to get the message isn't going to get across that way, though. You're going to be distracted. I got some weekly CCs sitting at 70%. Put stops on them so I can sell them again if we get another pump. This is fun. Yeah, it is. It's like robbing a bank, but without the need to acquire a getaway car. Thanks, Pickleman. Don't thank me. Thank Ken Griffin. Haha, clever girl. Let's say that the 10-year average, the buy and hold on the S&P didn't even cover inflation last decade. So I've said too much. That's all I needed to know, Gaff. This is why when I go long S&P, I go long 12,000 C for 2028. That way I can ensure that I'm fully leveraged in order to beat inflation. And I could take advantage of row. I'm just kidding. Row gang. But it did beat inflation. All right, go ahead, Gaff. You found someone to argue with. This is your moment. BRB about to full port SPX 12,000C. Don't buy those. They're garbage. Glorp glorp, red market. Was there news? No. It's just a pile of shit and no one wants to buy it. But that regard fails to realize the 10-year buy and hold would include DCA the whole time, so your net return is lower. Oopsies. That's part of it. Don't buy those, they're garbage. When the SPX hits 12,000, I told you guys to buy 12,000 calls. That's a story for 2034, though. FRCB had 3 separate runs today. Up Biggie / S. Wait, was that actual news? Because I've been telling that to my family for a year, and they think I'm mentally slow. You'll be a genius in hindsight. If the ES hits 45.55 and the market just stops trading, will you please give me a hug? I could do that, yeah. Do I have to fly to Texas, or you want to meet halfway? If I'm able to play SAX, do you think IWM straddle is better for tomorrow's data? QQQ probably is better exposure than IWM. Is it a good time to enter an Airbnb pit? There's a chart in the Discord. It's back below risk. It fell below delta and gamma neutral today, so that's pretty significant. Dirk, we're closing here. I don't. this is 45.50. $45.40. Stop calling $45.40. You know the deal. JPM going against the grain, saying that the market is bearish. Yeah, all of their research, all of the bank research reports have been super bearish, like, over the last week. Also, I just fired my new CPA. Oops. Was he the one keeping your risk managed? Let's meet somewhere neat. Okay. I want my time back. Yeah, that's fair. He said I owed a lot in taxes. What a shill. Am I going to be able to buy my 45.50 straddle out of the money? Yeah, maybe, yeah. Poker, what's up, man? I heard you need a new accountant. I've got risk. Can you manage me? I probably could. Be very expensive, though, Dave. But no, VIX 13, right? Can't go above VIX 13. The market would break. Could, because I've got a lot of risk. I can see the color of the candle, Dork. That's gross. It's true. Or we bounce to 4,500 here and $3. It's like another dollar, right? Is there even $3 left? $2.75. Ooh, I know what I'm gonna do. Four-month treasury less than the 6-month one. Exciting. Is Jork gonna be right? 45.40? I don't think so.
Order filled.
But we should start to see positioning for PCE going into tomorrow. Well, we should start to see all the puts sold at 60 getting bought back soon. That might drive us higher. But I expect we'll start to see some pretty heavy vol shorting here. They could still lose, right? Like they could try to catch the falling knife and fail. Is that a banana in Vix's pocket, or is it just happy to see me? There's a little bit. There's a little bit more downside left. But it is kind of running out. How important is the data tomorrow? I'm thinking about more theta on a straddle to cover. JPass speech if things don't move much. PCE is pretty important. Not as important as CPI, but more important than PPI. It should be the most important piece of data for the Fed. Unfortunately, no one cares about the consumer. As long as they keep spending money, no one cares how much. Did you send Jimmy down with your sale, Gherk? I don't know what you're talking about. That was like 1 million in sell volume. That's way more shares than I own. Do you have predictions on the PCE print? I think the forecast is 0.3. I mean, obviously, I'd like to see it come in hotter. I think personal spending might be up. PCE, though, I'm not too sure. I can see core staying flat, but income might come in at like 0.2. Hard to spin though with the focus on super core. Like if it's like a mixed print, it'll be kind of hard to spin it as bullish if core remains high. I think core will stay up. I was just about to ask about Zom. Seems aggressive. So I'm gonna set a new low before close. Maybe. I'm not really watching it today. I have covered calls out on it. Yeah, it's getting right back down to that $100 point. Time for OPEC to cut supply, right? Are you flying out to UAE anytime soon? You better convince them that it's in their best interest. When was the last time you bought GME shares? March 2022. I got assigned. I got assigned the Friday before we OPEXed. I don't remember what the price was, but I got assigned on CSPs. If you're talking to me, I can't answer. Breaking news, they updated the PCE calculator to take into account the share price of AMC. Oh, Jesus, it's going to come in at like 0.8 then. When was the last time you sold GME shares? I got assigned on covered calls earlier this year. Like 10 or 15 of them. I don't remember when, but that was the only time I've sold GME shares. For now. I didn't sell my shares today. God. This thing's gonna run back to 55 in 2 candles before end of day because bulls. Well, they've stabilized the falling knife. Now they've got to turn it around and throw it back up in the air. So is Tesla a Pickles pick tonight? Nope. No, no, no. Although, congratulations to whoever that guy was earlier that asked if 245 puts was a good idea. When you do sell GME, can you make the stream card a screenshot of your filled order? No. Like, yeah, there's a part of me that wants to post it on Super Stonk, but no. Do it. All of me. Palantir update? I closed my sold... Oh, that's right. I need to reopen the other sold puts on it. Thanks for reminding me. Or sold calls on it. Need to open them for next week. $26. See if those fill or not. Ugh. My band are signing to a record label and a producer who wrote Russia's winning Eurovision song in 08. Nice. Also, is it too late to enter the Palantir Pickles pick? No, no, no. It's probably too early still. You're banned from there anyway, aren't you? That doesn't mean I can't post things there. I know at least 600 people that aren't. 46 million shares of GME traded today. How close to that do we get tomorrow? 56 million shares of GME. I don't know. We'll see. Should be less tomorrow. Why are they refusing to fill my straddle at the mid? No. The Jan, I still have the Jan 15 puts on Palantir. But the sold, I'm rolling the sold calls. Well, if I get an opportunity to roll them. I don't know if I'm going to get a fill or not, but I'm trying to roll them. If we have 40, I'm going to get real insufferable. Alright. Noted. Even if you post that, SSers will just say Zen. Yeah, no, it's pointless. What will signal the bearish breakdown of this godforsaken range? Sold calls? No, I haven't opened the debit spreads on it yet because it's above risk. Palantir has been above risk the whole time. So I'm still waiting on the debit spreads. I bought some of the Jan 15 puts because they were cheap. But the debit spreads, I don't care about the price difference, right? I'd rather enter at the appropriate risk. Yeah, I'm selling calls on it too because it's trading flat and the fucking premium's awesome. That's a 50% return on 50 cents of risk. If we hit 40, my family will talk to me again. That'd be cool. Why do they need to get Jimmy below 15 today? They need to get Jimmy below 15 by tomorrow. Because if they can get the price back to the point at which they would have had to hedge, then they don't have to hedge. But if they can't, then they do. We discuss PCE much? We're gonna get another pump to 75 tomorrow. I don't know. It'll depend on how positioning looks tonight. I think things will probably be straddled in a very similar fashion as to like what we saw this morning. I took profits on my spy puts and a test of 4560, and now I'm just sad. I'm sorry to hear that, Gherkin. Dork, what's more important, realized volatility or price improvement? Yes. Looks like tomorrow's still pretty stacked up to 75 again. A lot more put interest to the downside this time. Gamma's pretty flat from 50 to 35 to the downside. There's a put wall at 55. And then 60 to 75 is pretty robust. So yeah, it looks like straddles are gonna set up pretty much the same way that they did yesterday. Maybe a little more put side interest, but not much. The downside's still really heavily defended on the December 15th expiry on the call side. Serious question, does DRS shares locked up affect efforts to get GME down? No. Like, they miscalculate and realize that shares aren't available and therefore can't short as much? No, it does actually absolutely fucking nothing. They don't even use those shares to short unless we start to see the borrow rate on GME going up. DRS is completely irrelevant. And even then, like, there's plenty of liquidity, right? Like, they don't fucking need the DRS shares. The other 75% of the float is available. And we really haven't run into those situations much since, like, 2022. That was the last time we really saw borrow rate rocket into the pre-split environment. But yeah, unless borrowers are turning to the lending pool actively, DRS is irrelevant. They short synthetically. They don't short with real shares. Real shares have a counterparty. If you don't have a counterparty, you can't get fucked by your counterparty. Yeah, I don't know if I'd short CRM just yet. Cybersecurity is a weird sector to fuck with. I wouldn't get so bearish on it all out of the blue. $50 ZOM, 100 CCs, but keeping my 95s open. Good win for me. Now I can root for ZOM 130 again. After the cuts. You need the cuts first, Lawrence. Just picked up a wash sale because guess what? I sold a leg at a loss at the same price a week ago. Who gives a shit? Like, seriously. Wash sales are fucking irrelevant. As long as you make money, that's all that matters. Right? You don't need to claim a loss if you're making money. Why not 50? Because this account doesn't have that much money in it. Did I even fill on them yet? I'm not getting a fill on them. I'm not fucking setting my bid at the ask. Fuck that. I'm dumb, but isn't the MM the counterparty with the synthetic shorts? No, ETFs usually are, but the MM can be. It depends on how it's being synthetically shorted. They're both liquidity providers, so either one can be. The MM doesn't have, like, the cold storage features that an ETF does, though, so synthetic shorting through the MM, while it can be advantageous, is only for a very short period of time. Whereas if you synthetically short through an ETF, you can drag it out for months before you have to cover. No, I didn't get a fill on it yet. I'm hoping I get one by the end of the day with the market bounce. I'd really like to get a fill at 26 cents, but I may not. I'm okay with 25. 50% risk is perfectly acceptable. 50% yield for a week? It's nuts. I should have sold more covered calls at or credit spreads at 70, 75 on SPX earlier. I'm really flirting with a margin call here on the WeBull account, though, because none of the money from the GME trades is settled yet, and I've definitely used up all my day trade buying power. Will Upstart rip tomorrow? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. It's risky, right? It's super risky, but it could. I bought Jimmy $15 calls this AM, but can't realize profit due to PDT. Sold out of the money CCs at the top to partially hedge this dump. Chef's kiss, and my calls are still in the money. Nice, man. IV on Jimmy calls is going up. Buying power is just a suggestion. Can we get a song? Any will do. There'll be a song at the end of the day. Oh shit, I filled on Palantir. Fucking, of course the bid moves up. Fucking piece of shit. You bought shares of Palantir? I'm shorting it. Well, not really shorting it, but sort of. 100k days always get a song. Fidelity tells me my buying power is 0 all the time. My orders still fill. Then I see my messages have a red dot by them, but I just don't open it. Nice. Sold spreads. Oh, okay. I'm pushing GME on CNBC. Buckle up. They really need a lot of liquidity this time, huh? I can't out any more buckles on. Put any more buckles on. Jimmy Halton to close? Probably not. Maybe break above VWAP though. Should be cool.
Sopfield.
It's not ghosting if mine filled before yours, right? Is there still covering on XRT that needs to happen? XRT is getting close, but yeah, there's still a bit. There's still a lot of covering on like the bigger ETFs with GME in them that hasn't been realized. But the price may need to go up more for those to really get pressured. This is the worst end of day price action. What? No, it's the best because it's exactly where I said it would end. Hmm. That's really interesting. I'm straddled at 50, Yaga. Thank you. If I had a crystal ball, my girlfriend would chip a tooth. So we know Jimmy at $15 plus is good at end of day. So how much gooder is Jimmy at 16 end of day? Good, gooder, or goodest? Equivalent, right? It just matters that the $15 sold calls end the day out of the money. There's some interest at 16, but not as much. Yeah, Jimmy looks pretty good. I like the setup a lot. I'm still not gonna buy calls till tomorrow though. Or more calls till tomorrow. I could though. I could technically average up these spreads. Maybe I'll do that. Risky with PCE though. Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Do you leg into your straddles anymore, or just buy them because you're a stud? I still try to leg into them. I bought the 50 puts like here. I didn't get such a good deal on the calls. I think the calls were like right around here, so it was like the calls were like at the money, but I got the puts a little bit out of the money. Holy shit! I think that we just close at 45.50 from now on. It's fucking awesome. This is like, as a trader, this is the dream, right? Just having a big fat pile of fucking interest in the middle of the trading range that we always get pulled back to. It's phenomenal. Nobody should be bitching about this. If only I could sell options. Yeah, Upstart got shorted a bit into the second half of today, but it still looks good. I mean, the once the momentum of covering starts, it's really fucking kind of hard to stop it. And Upstart's up, like quite a bit from just 2 weeks ago. It's really been pressuring the short positions. It's up like 33% from the 10th. And they haven't covered shit. So What a fun day. I hope everyone did well. All hell, Pickle Man. Thank you, Frosted Flakes. Me too. It sounds like, and I don't want to say this too soon, but it sounds like the pickle jar has successfully, broadly, I mean, I'm sure a bunch of people fucked it up, but broadly, the pickle jar has successfully played an OPEX run on GME, which is like fucking mind-boggling. Finally, the 1 in 10, guys. You did it. I fucked it up. Thinder? Welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord and get you added after the stream, dude. There's the song. Look at that. Perfect timing. The key is that I didn't try to play GME OPEX. Smart. I wish I risked more. No, you don't. Just be happy with what you made, right? Who cares? You made the right decision initially. Why USD JPY under 150 in the no-no zone? Getting deeper into the no-no zone. Ding ding, the day is done. All right, guys, let's check some shit out here. All right, so ES has managed to run 50 basis points in both directions and end up perfectly in the middle of the neutral zone once again. I'm so proud of it. It's really putting in the legwork to make us money, and I couldn't appreciate it more. Closing flat on the day. Well, down 9 BPS, which is exactly my predicted closing price. Fantastic. Wow. To the BIP, dork. I got it to the BIP. This is 0 BIP error. I know. 4540. But one day, don't worry, it'll happen. So we have PCE tomorrow morning. The expectations for it to print a little warm. That may have some effect if it does, but don't forget Powell's speech on Friday is really where bulls are going to try to swing sentiment, and their Vega risk to the downside is still so insanely fucking high that they're going to defend 45.25 with every penny they can muster. So I don't expect, even if we get a big move off of PCE, I kind of expect it just to snap right back to 45.50. RSP did a little better today. You know, we saw tech down, obviously. Mag 7 did not do well, but breadth-wise, a pretty stable day. Up 40 BPS. I guess we'll run through the memes. So GME, we saw some contraction with a little bit of shorting at the end of the day. That stabilizes price, but the price is stabilized just below Gamma Max. Obviously, tonight, moving into tomorrow, we can see Gamma Max rise. And that'll depend a lot on the capitulation of the 45... I'm sorry, too much time on... of the $15 calls, short calls. If $15 short calls shed, right, then the next biggest pile of interest is at 20C, and Gamma Max will move up. Okay? So we'll be looking for Gamma Max to move up tonight. If Gamma Max does move up tonight, that's very bullish for like tomorrow and Friday. However, that second test of Gamma Max would probably be the last. So we'll see if we get the second leg or not. But the tips haven't touched. So the rest, the majority of covering has yet to be realized, right? So I mean, even if we look back at our meager run in August, right, we still saw significantly more liquidity in the primary and secondary market than we have right now. You know, XRT is still below kind of the baseline for covering. So there's a little bit more to cover there, and kind of the hope here is that the XRT covering is sufficient to force covering out of things like IJH and IJJ, where you know shares have been shorted, and you know the run is squeezing them out, and that's kind of how it goes, right? Is like XRT usually kind of triggers the whole thing, and then we get you know more covering in the other ETFs that aren't as you know, full of crime. Upstart got shorted really hard at the end of the day. They're really trying to turn this around before it breaks out more. There's a lot of interest at like 27 through 30, and probably even more building up today. If we have a cool PCE, they're gonna have to cover, right? There's really no liquidity to short here anymore, and Upstart's already substantially more illiquid than something like GameStop, right? So it's really risky because they could win out, right? And you know, PCE's bad, market sells off, they get some liquidity, and they're able to push those in the money calls back out of the money. But if they can't, on the off chance that that doesn't happen, they're gonna have to start covering something. And that, you know, with Gamma Max at like 30, and Upstart doesn't really care about Gamma Max because of its liquidity issues. The market maker demand on shares can really exceed the available pool of shares very quick. So very risky, but high reward potential. Fubo had a pretty good day. Kind of peaked out at 338, back to 317. They are actively shorting Fubo. They have enough liquidity here that I don't think they're going to be too exposed to market moves. And there's not a ton of pressure coming in from Russell. Like Russell had an okay day today, but nothing crazy. And so, yeah, I mean, this is going to continue probably for some time because they, frankly, just don't want to cover on Fubo at this point. And they've got enough liquidity, and Fubo's liquid enough that they're not really forced into the same mechanics that like GME or Upstart shorts are. Top is interesting. So Top got shorted at the end of the day a little bit, but holy fuck, have they shorted the shit out of it. More pressure here could really break out. I don't know to what degree, but it seems like all of the downside price action since it squeezed has just purely been shorting. I think in the hopes that it would go out of business, but it's not. That means all of the shorts from back here are still deep underwater. Right? They shorted the stock down to like 70 cents. Like this, even when it ran last time to like $3, like they've shorted it even harder than that, right? So this was like liquidity the last time they shorted it. Now it's up here. That's really bad. And before it squeezed, it wasn't even this illiquid. So they've just kept shorting and shorting and shorting without actually covering. I mean, they covered, right? But not a lot. Like this is vol covering, but the long shorts are staying in. And you know, Tupperware has a float of 38 million shares, and it doesn't, because it went out of business, it's not in a lot of ETFs, if any. It's got like really tiny ETF ownership, so there's no liquidity to grab from the ETFs either. And this makes it very enticing. I don't know if anything will happen with it, right? Like there's a million ways they can get out of it, but holy fuck, is that over shorted. Commodities up a little bit today, 42 BPS. So we're starting to see some interest in gold and commodities. And let me tell you something. That's not fucking bullish. I said this last night. I'll say it again. Gold has never gone up for bullish reasons in the history of gold. So think about that, and also think about commodities moving up broadly and what that could mean. If China's stimulus plan goes through and we start to see large demand on commodities, especially oil, that can reignite our inflation tenfold. It's really dangerous because it's gonna fuck up supply chains, which are just barely healing. Um, and you know that was part of Biden's strategy, cutting them off of AI chips, and trying to trim down, like, as a macroeconomic strategy. Trying to trim down China's ability to get out of this recession, and China's decided to double down on their debt and try to stimulate their way out of it. If they're successful, that's going to create some serious supply chain shocks. Yields down, dollar up. So dollar actually started moving up around 1900 hours today. It's continued up through most of the day. I mean, it had a small pullback here into close, but yields across the board have remained down, with the 2-year taking the biggest hit at 196 basis points. Core on the 3-month or the 1-month is still turning around, and it's starting to confirm that turnaround. So we are seeing a lot of volatility selling in equities in the underlying parts of the indexes, which means that we're going to start to see long vol move into the indexes. Now we are seeing long vol move into the indexes, but it's really slow. But as you know, as the dispersion trade breaks down, we're going to get more and more demand on long vol. And given how short vol is right now, ouch. JPY carry trade continues to break down. Since Sunday night, it's dropped about 60%. We've seen yields rise correlated with that, but we're also seeing the convexity, like the yield return on VIX convexity, turn around, right? And as this approaches 0%, right now it has a negative yield return, but as it approaches 0%, the chances of a recession go way up. And then the demand for long volatility rises, right? We saw that at the very bottom of October, when we had our highest point on VIX most recently. We saw that yield return turn positive, and we're moving back towards that again. Remember, as the JPY carry trade breaks down and yields drop, the leverage on that is collateralized through this trade loses value. And that's very dangerous for anybody who's maybe taken all their shitty securities and gone off to Japan with them. And that's about it. I think we're probably gonna see a skew and 3-month core have stayed mostly in line with each other. Neither one's really moving much today. That's wrong. And we did see about 3% more of the S&P 500 fall below its 20-day moving average, but historically, this still needs to break down at some point. I mean, there's definitely like month or 2 long periods where, everything stays above the 20-day moving average, but usually those get really, really volatile. And we're massively blown out. I mean, this is some of the, at our peak here, is some of the highest we've seen since June. And historically, it's quite high. I mean, it's not the highest we've ever seen, but usually this doesn't spike outside of bear markets that hard. So, that should say something. And I think that's about it futures caught a nice bounce there, so they're doing well. Yep, I think that's it. So thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning for the next round of this. Later, guys, and congratulations to everyone who did money. If you didn't, there's always tomorrow.